Parties have never been my thing. They're always such a hassle and take so much time off my day. Hard plans and commitments canceled, all for the sake of playing along with others.
Welcome everyone.
I hated them even as a child.
Please make yourselves at home.
But Mom often insisted. She'd slick my hair back, put me in one of those stuffy dinner jackets, and if there were any children around, urged me to make friends. Never mind how utterly loud or tedious it was all for the sake of keeping up appearances. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me long before I've chosen what I wanted to do with my life. Luckily, there were easy ways to tune everything out, and much to my mom's frustration, I always managed to sneak my CD player along. I kept to myself and to my music, had my own little world, until I learned to observe. It's a simple matter of awareness, really. And for someone with keen eyes, a skewed necktie, or a simple flick of the wrist alone could tell volumes about a person. I still don't like parties, especially ones as big and fancy as the Wrights' housewarming. However, when there's an actual reason to go to them, I figure they're not too bad.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Besides, like it or not, it's all a part of the job. I'm here on a mission. One that has the name Luke Wright plastered all over it. You'd think the man would want to remain inconspicuous after his name was linked to several high-profile crimes across Luxembourg. Granted, most of it has gone cold over the years, having stagnated without any leads or evidence. But that still doesn't make him any less a suspect.
Party in the back.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
Yet here he is, throwing a party in his own backyard. Although, having observed the man this past year, I'm not even shocked. He craves it. The damn spotlight constantly yearns for attention like a neglected puppy. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why he's nowhere to be found at his own party. But that's not the problem here. What pisses me off is how far he reaches, or far his reach extends. How close he has creeped into the lives of the people I care about. Again, like a stubborn itch you couldn't be rid of. First Professor Clark, then there's Isabella. I also spotted Z-Man here a while ago, and now there's also Rebecca. Apparently...
Ashton?
Becca, what are you doing here?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
That explains things, and makes this difficult all the same. As if getting a contact among the staff to sneak a name into the guest list isn't hard enough. The guy almost ditched me last night and might have placed another set back on my investigation if it wasn't for my generous tip. Then here comes Rebecca, another person to mind.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
A necessary lie. I can't bring my own friends into this any further than what they found themselves in. Because if Luke Wright so much as harms a hair on either Zach's or Rebecca's heads, there will be hell to pay. He might have already done so with Isabella, and I wasn't able to do a single thing to keep her safe. I can't let the same mistake happen. I doubt he'll attempt anything in front of other people, though. It would tarnish his glorious reputation, and he values appearances more than anything. That doesn't necessarily mean he isn't capable of it. More than, in fact, and on the off chance he does something, I wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
For Zach and Rebecca's sake, however, I really hope this will simply be another housewarming. Even though something tells me it's anything but. Call it a detective's intuition or whatever. When Luke Wright's involved, nothing good has ever come out of it. I can't let my guard down here. Even more so when a familiar car slows to a stop and out comes...
Chief?
My presence here might be odd. But at best, I have an excuse. One that this man handed to me himself a year ago, along with a heavy dose of flattery for the newly promoted detective inspector. Can't exactly say the same for my good old boss, can I? Although, to see him here, chatting it up with Luxborn's rich and famous, isn't such a big surprise in itself. No disrespect meant, but the guy is obviously a social climber. What is surprising is the fact that he seems all too eager to mingle with a person of interest's wife. Just what the hell is he doing here?
Ashton, what's...
Maybe he's got an investigation.
Right?
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon.
A likely story.
But what about...
What the shit is going on here?
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
I don't want to draw attention to myself either. At least not until he's given me a proper reason to spoil his little party.
Thank you for the invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see?
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee. The doctors again?
For now, the best I can do is wait and remain inconspicuous, especially with the chief here, whose motives are dubious at best. If it means having to pretend I don't know Zach and Rebecca, or forcing myself to rub elbows with people I barely know, let alone like, then so be it. I can't involve anyone. Wandering is out of the question as well, when there are guards in civvy stationed here and there. Sure, getting past them is something I could do with ease, but I'd rather not right now. When I'm one of the few snooping and roaming about, It'd be best to try and do so once there's a crowd of people. And if their interior designers' drunken claims are to be believed...
Yes, well, what about Luke? Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing.
It'll all come down to how well I'll play my cards tonight. With a good hand, this party is going to give me the breakthrough I need to crack Luke right. Or something to prove my suspicions wrong. Maybe find out what kind of game my boss is also playing. I've had an inkling before, a few hunches tempered down by how much of a bumbling fool the man appears. But one does not simply deal with the rights and get invited to a party they host without wanting anything from either of the two. Or it's the other way around. So with a last wary glance at the two, I head into the ballroom. I just hope this will not complicate things further. Shit. By the time the party's in full swing, night has fallen. Yet there still isn't a Luke Wright in sight. The man can be quite ostentatious, but this? Frankly, I'm impressed. I don't even know how many hors d'oeuvres I've already stuffed my face with. Oh man, those deviled eggs are so good, I want some! One too many, probably. The servers are already giving me a stink eye every time I saunter over to the plate. Blame your employer, not me. He's the one who has the guts to show up late. Besides, most of the guests' idle talk is concentrated in this area. Despite standing under the same roof with the very people that were sitting up, some just couldn't resist. I might as well keep an ear out for any useful info.
Is Suarez still fixing that tech problem? Tech problem?
It's been 3 years. Sooner or later, the Blighter will put 2 and 2 together.
He might have already.
If the red tape I'm being slammed with these past few months suggests anything, that or someone has been pulling strings. I wouldn't be shocked. This case would not have gone this long if Scumbag didn't have a mule of some kind in the force.
Shush you, we all know Suarez just wants an out.
I knew he was bad news the day the merger with Evans Incorporated happened.
Fair. Glad I did not have to deal with that. But keep it down, someone might hear. The wife especially.
This kind of negligence has always been an advantage, but sometimes I wish I could be smashed drunk while doing this. Having sharp ears also means you get to hear the most unsavory things. Who cheated on who this week? One person's motive for bashing someone's skull against a wall, or a father's excuse for burning his own daughter alive, that sort of stuff. What the hell? Who burns their own daughter alive? And why would you just casually drop that?
That is a good question.
just like casually talking about the weirdest gossip. And hey, Ashley, welcome back. We're killing off Ashton this time. Just
Killing off our daughters today, burning them alive at the stake, you know.
right. I'd rather listen to who cheated on who than, oh, by the way, I burned my daughter's steak yesterday. Yeah, I caught her having unmarried relations. After a few years, it gets tiring. You get desensitized to it. But humans could also be downright awful. Sometimes there simply isn't enough brain bleach in the world. Sadly, the wine is a no-go tonight, and mostly for show. I'm up for another drive later. For one, and I definitely want to be sober in case anything comes up. And something always comes up in assignments like this. A detective inspector dying of cardiac arrest, for example. Because I can feel the moment my heart grinds to a halt. The second I shift my eyes to a corner of the ballroom.
Hana Wright.
Some will say I'm acting a touch bit paranoid, and maybe I am. This is a party, and she's the hostess. It goes to say that she'd take time to mingle with her guests. But Hannah Wright, née Evans, isn't without her fair share of accolades. At least in the public, she doesn't seem like it. Unlike her husband, she's the one with the business sense, not to mention the impressive track record needed to manage a company. Or effectively hide whatever irregularity there might be. She's clean, as far as my agents and I have found, but it doesn't rule out a possible involvement with whatever her husband's up to. Even with Z-Man's personal opinion of the woman, there are certain gut feelings you really couldn't shake off. Hell, Luke Wright came out clean in previous reports until I bothered to take a deeper look into it. What I found may not be sufficient to bring anyone to trial yet, but it's enough to nurture suspicion. This may be a bit overreaching, but no one lasts long in my line of work by being careless.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Nothing to be worried about then. She's probably even more careful of appearances than her own husband, having grown up with the spotlight focused on her. Yet, even knowing that, the anxiety has been here since the party started. I brushed it off earlier. Who wouldn't feel edgy, right? I've gone undercover in a party hosted by the very person I'm investigating. That, in itself, is risky and has plenty of room for error. Usually, though, the tension passes around the first half hour or so. I've been trained to remain composed in situations like this. However, with each second I spend here, it only grows heavier and seeks to overwhelm. An odd feeling that someone is watching me instead. It has been like this since last week, but I should already be used to it. Oh, I can hear her whispering. Ew! People would be looking at me, no matter how small or big of a blip I am on their radar. That's what they do in these things. But when the feeling of eyes burning into the back lingers longer than necessary, I've been looking around every now and then to catch the culprit. No luck. And despite my efforts to push the sensation as far down as I could, tiny pinpricks continue to sting the back of my head, and the ghost of a cold touch. until my gaze switches back to Rebecca and Hannah Wright. She stands there, dark-haired and dirty, sticking out like a sore thumb. Oh shit, so she saw her standing there. So both
Yeah.
Hannah and Ash saw her. Oh my god. Even so, no one seems to notice. Although she's looking away from me, her mere existence here strikes. It disturbs. A sense of tunnel vision binds while I stand stock still and gape at her, like my life depends on making sure she stays where she is. I feel trapped in her presence, until another guest bumps into me, yanking me out of my stupor. Only then do I realize that I've been holding my breath. Before I could figure out what happened, she's gone. A quick scan of the room yields no sign of her. The party continues as if nothing's amiss. I'm not really one to judge, but I'm sure someone like that would not have been allowed in a fancy thing like this. What has security been doing? Are they really that incompetent for someone so distinctively to get in without permit?
Maybe she lives here.
Alex says maybe she lives here. There should have been an outcry, particularly from the police. She's been standing there almost an arm's length away from me, and yet she simply continues her talk with Rebecca.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way.
Is there something in the food then? Maybe I'm starting to see things. It couldn't have been the wine. Though I'm not every bit as sober as when I've stepped out of my car. The hors d'oeuvres? But why would anyone want to do that? Why would Luke Wright want to do that? He's fishy. But I couldn't see why he'd ever think it'd be a good idea to lace the food he'd serve at his party. Was someone like Chief Lee on his guest list to boot? He has been linked to narcotics trade, yep. However, that kind of tactic is below him. That much I can tell. Unless there's a mass murder waiting to happen here tonight, which I highly doubt. So...
What the fuck was that?
But there's no time to look deeper into this, even if I wanted to. Not when a telling silence comes upon the room and draws everyone's attention to the main doors of the ballroom.
About damn time.
Good evening, ladies and gents.
Oh my god, I like
Enjoying the party?
scumbag. That's funny.
I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
I've been tailing this guy for a while now. Before that, I heard stories from previous officers who tackled this case, none of which are pleasant. Mind, I'm not counting the incident with Professor Clark, yet pleasant is glossing over the gravity of it. While Wright's good at covering whatever shady stuff he's doing, he's shown to be a really rotten guy. At least, that's the case when he thinks none of his peers are around to judge him. I've lost track of how many counts of verbal abuse and harassment cases the guy could be pinned with. Fuck, he even tried to make a move on Isabella back in the open house, right in front of his wife. Standing in the same room as him doesn't make me want to punch him any less. Actually, the urge is stronger. But protocols, my case, first and foremost. My own opinion of the man shouldn't get ahead of my purpose here. If I want to put him in his place, it should be in court, with all the proper charges filed against him. And I'll only be able to do that once I gather enough evidence to pin this bastard down.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are all ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness.
Ick.
So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served.
Whoops. I hit the wrong button.
Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
Suppressing my annoyance, I prepare to step away from the crowd. Amidst the cheers and claps, now is a good time as any to move. Try to find that something the McCullough woman talked about. In the first place, I have no plans to actually shake hands with the slime ball himself. A fake smile is plastered on my face while I pretend to listen to one of the other guests gossiping about him. All while slowly inching out of the ballroom. Unfortunately, before I could get any further.
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle? Perhaps you need to sit down and...
Rich people only have two ways to resolve their mess. Either they quietly deal with it behind closed doors, or they create an even greater problem out of it, and it just blows up in everybody's faces one way or another. Fun!
No! Shut it, you monster! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here! You bloody bastard standing there with your smarmy smile!
Not even a few seconds in, this is already proving itself to be a big public spectacle. Why spend money on a television to buy damn daytime soap operas? You just go to one of these parties and see the action unfold in real life. And you get free food, too. Really, if I were an actual guest, I'd just take this as some sordid form of amusement.
Watch your tongue! You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
But I'm not a guest who's here for a good time. I need to focus on him, even through this whole sorry tale. I wait, I listen, I observe. Interesting, isn't it though? That's the chief inspector's wife. Aw, we're not gonna see the slap from his perspective. The morning starts off quiet. Alright, let's just take a peek at this journal, see where we're at. Oh wow, it fast forward all the way to over here. Damn! Okay, so we skipped Isabella's thing. I don't know if he knows what happened to Zachary or not. Yeah, 'cause I don't remember when, Oh, here we go. So today is the day that Hannah dies. And then, where does Zachary get locked up? Oh, it's on Halloween, okay. Okay, the morning after starts off quiet. Oh yeah, you're right! Johans was holding her back. Even the whole of Salem Mall residences seem unusually still. The open hallway when I step out is devoid of tenants. No sounds coming from other units either. It's almost as if something's brewing on the horizon. A peaceful night's sleep still does wonders for the mood, though I can't even remember the last time I've slept without anything urgent interrupting. It's a nice break from all the bad news lately. If it wasn't for the insistent buzzing in my pocket waking me up, I'd sleep in. The ringing has stopped before I could move somewhere private, but sleep has also been effectively kicked out of my system by then. Pity. I could use a little more rest until I have to face the other storm. Of course, I owe Rebecca an explanation. It doesn't matter if it's the whole truth or another hastily spun tale. Although I haven't really figured out how to go about this yet. Unlike Zach and Isabella, who don't usually ask questions and are content with what little I could share, Rebecca's rather quick on the trigger. It will have to be set aside for later, though.
Sup, I'm Ash from the
Oh no!
Baggers,
This
watch
horrible
out. Can't
ringtone.
beat me. Looking for trouble?
The chief's name
Better
stares
not
back
lie.
at me, almost
I'm a
as if
cool
mocking
dude.
me.
Pretty fly for an
Sad.
Asian guy. Sup,
It would have
I'm Ash
been
from
nice
the
to
Luck
just
City.
chill after
Baggers,
last
watch
night,
out.
or maybe
Can't
half
beat me.
listen to the
Looking for
news.
trouble? Better not lie.
Sure, it's the
I'm
same
a cool
thing we've
dude.
been hearing
Pretty
lately.
fly for an
Still
Asian
beats
guy.
standing outside and
Sup,
usually lets
I'm
the
Ash from
morning
the
with
Luck
some
City.
boss.
Baggers, watch out.
Sighing, I
Can't
answer
beat
it
me.
with only
Looking
gift
for
still
trouble?
present.
Right. Where are you right now?
Now that's a tone I didn't expect from him at this hour. Just thinking about how this will go already gives me a headache. Immediately, I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose to stave it off.
This is why I won't ever drink myself senseless.
What was that?
Nothing, Chief. A pleasant morning to you, too.
He's probably calling to brag on me or complain about his wife. Which is really none of my business unless it affects my case. It seems like the usual rich man cheats on his wife deal. Although I would have followed up on it if it were somebody else's wife. But figuring it's the chief's, hey, I trust him to come clean if the missus is related to the Wright's shady dealings. This is why I left before they even hauled the woman out last night. I'm not going to go around investigating cheating husbands and wives when it's probably just that. Chief appears to have a different idea in mind, though.
There's nothing pleasant in the morning. Anyway, where are you? I told you millions of times before to keep your lines open.
He did, and not only him. Zach, Rebecca, Isabella, all of them had said the same thing numerous times in the past. But I was undercover last night. A phone call is the last thing I want to happen, when there are other things I need to focus on at the time. Besides, we have radios and work-issued phones. Why isn't he using those channels if this is urgent?
Just woke up, sir. As awesome as it is to hear your voice this morning, it really is early. If you could give me a few minutes just to wake myself up, that'd be swell.
No need for that. This won't take long.
Is something wrong? Am I needed at the precinct ASAP?
Oh no, everything's good over there. Just look, kid. Pray. Don't take this personally, alright? You're off the Luxborn firm case. Starting today.
Well, I did not expect to hear that either. This must be some kind of cosmic joke. I allow some awkward seconds to pass. Chief must be pulling another one of his awful pranks. Out of his bad mood, or a severe hangover maybe? Everyone knows that, when given the chance, he exercises no control with his drinking. If it wasn't for his wife causing a stir, he'd probably be trashed an hour in at the party. He'd likely drank more after they threw her out of the ballroom. Besides, his sense of humor has never been good. It's just infuriating most of the time. But when he doesn't follow it up, if I sound a tiny bit frustrated speaking my own superior, I'm not the one to blame.
Wait, no. What? Are you kidding, Chief? Is this one of your practical jokes again? The Temps won't say anything about it, but
It's not that. They're orders from the higher-ups.
The higher-ups. My favorite word. Since when did the higher-ups ever cared about what the Criminal Investigation Department did? As far as I could tell, they don't give a hoot if Sid is filled with cold cases, as long as we keep the spending low. When I need to view those old cases, though, they're locked away in the archives. You're gonna have to check with the higher-ups. I need access to those reports, see if the higher-ups would allow it. Every step, every move in this case There isn't one that hasn't been gated by some authority. If it's not the chief, it's the commissioner, or so they always tell me. It makes one wonder why they even bothered assigning it to anyone. Not a single one of them has done anything to help move the case. And they wonder why it's taken this long for even a hint of progress to show.
You can't just drop this on me. You can't just take me off like that.
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry, Ashton. You're a good detective. One of the best I've seen in years, but
3 years, Chief. 3 years!
"3 years since that anonymous tech leak blew up. Since Luke Bright's name was openly linked to several nasty dealings within Luxborn's corporate world, some of them involving deaths. 3 years, and I was the only one who made it this far. Made much progress that offers with more experience weren't able to do when they handled this case. Just within a year, and with barely any help from the damn brass at that. Of course I'll be pissed.
Do you know what would have happened if I didn't work my ass off on this thing? If I didn't dedicate a whole year of my time on it? It would have gone cold, like every fucking case Luke Wright has been linked to. I'm getting close. If you could just...
I'm fully aware of what you've done, Frey. But the Commissioner hasn't been happy with your progress. Still too slow by their standards.
Too slow? Well, what about those reports I filed? I've documented every freaking thing for them. I've given you every important lead I can gather. Isn't that enough?
They need results, not a bunch of research papers. Not one baseless assumption after another. Concrete proof, Frey. I'm really sorry. They've already made a decision. They're going to pass this on to someone who's been in the force longer. Someone who has more experience.
Someone who has more experience?
They meant nothing by it, but you're still too young to work on a case this big.
Chief, I've already done more than what those old farts ever did behind their desks. All of it, within just a year of being assigned to this.
Watch your language, Frey. Those are your superiors,
I'm not some damn rookie fresh out of training. I'm as qualified as they are.
Futile, I know it is. They'd never say it within my earshot, but from the very minute I stepped into their precinct, the lot of them had underestimated me. From their stares alone to the assignments I get. To then, I'm still just a kid, too young, too green, too inexperienced. Or, and hear me out, you actually want to make a difference and they snuff that shit out. And once they pull that card on me, every argument I have gets thrown out the window. No matter how logical it is, how much I've accomplished, and what the record says, or the amount of work I've put into every investigation they've thrown my way.
We're all aware of your skills, kid. You wouldn't have that badge and rank if you weren't good enough. However, this case is just not for you. Too high profile, too risky to put a good officer like you in harm's way.
Can he even hear himself? That reasoning is odd in itself. No one joins this line of work without knowing the dangers of it.
Don't I get a second chance? You said it yourself. I'm a good detective. It'll just be a matter of time before we can close this.
It doesn't matter what I think, Frey. You're off the case, and that's final. I expect all related files and documents on my desk by Monday morning. And don't even try to go touch anything. I know how hard-headed and determined you are.
Chief, please. A few more weeks. I'll have the proper evidence left on your desk by then. I swear it won't take longer than that.
Fred, it's too late, boy. I've already informed the other officers. You aren't to be allowed access until you've been given a new assignment.
True that, Luke. We all know he's corrupt.
Hell, just keep out of the precinct, Frey. Take the weekend off.
Seriously, Chief, is this about last night? If this is about me being at that party, I have a good reason for...
You were at the party.
It makes me pause. His wary tone, the sudden careful note in his voice. Slowly, a frown forms in my face, my eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Much as I hate to say this about my own boss, there's also suspicion in it. Hard not to think of it that way, seeing how he acted around Hannah Wright last night. Is he worried? Why should he be? Everyone who's anyone was invited. I didn't doubt for a second why he received an invite, even if his presence was questionable. There's something wrong, and I've unintentionally walked into it. All I have is a sneaking suspicion, but when one looks at this from a different angle and put everything together, why the hell have I been taken off this case? Might be for the same reason he was there in the first place. Fuck.
Yes, Chief, I was. For a good reason. What were you doing there? I know we don't have a strict rule against attending functions, but that was...
He coughs, and it almost sounds like he's choking on his own excuses, lies. I don't want to accuse him of anything yet. He's someone I've respected since I joined LPD, even with his bizarre sense of humor and tendency to procrastinate. He's completely confident enough to get the job done. He wouldn't be Chief Inspector of Luxborn Police if he wasn't. He wouldn't last years in the service without some track record backing him. Or he's, corrupt and is covering a bunch of shit up. Unless that too is a fluke, and what's backing him is not something, but someone. Oh.
Dun dun
Oh,
dun!
shit! Fucking hell. Fucking shit!
Chief Harvey, about last night with the...
Why does it matter, Frey? This isn't about that.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? I'll recite the whole damn oath we've taken upon being sworn into the service if I can, but at this point, it seems too late to remind him of that. He has probably already moved from serving and protecting people to serving and protecting his own interests. I'm almost positive that there's almost no one in the force that serves and protects people. Damn it! I've suspected the upper brass of this, even the lower rank subordinates in the force, but my own boss? Shit, no wonder that leak didn't lead anywhere. Someone closer might have been pulling the strings. I might have been set up to fail long before the fucking case had been assigned to me. But I don't want to give this up. I don't want to believe I've wasted an entire year for this. I don't want this to be the kind of news to tell Professor Clark after all those promises I've given the man. I don't want to end this here. If this might still have a connection with what happened to Isabella like I first assumed. Chasing a real person is easier than chasing those supernatural things. And I hope to God I'm right on this one.
I just want to know, sir, at the party, with Luke and Hannah Wright, you were...
Monday, Detective Inspector. First thing in the morning. Every copy of the files you have, I want to see it all on my table, understood?
This isn't...
Frey, am I understood?
What else can I do other than smile and nod? With my own superior expecting an answer, using that tone, brushing my questions off as easy as discarding a dead body.
Yes, sir.
He cuts the line as soon as the words are out. You're off the case, Frey. Just like that. Funny, why this still caught me off guard. I've discovered years ago how different the actual thing is. How far from reality everything I believed in as a dreamy-eyed kid. There are no high-speed pursuits every day, no thrilling gunfights or exciting cases every step of the way. Only paperwork, lots of red tape, and dealing with politics and bureaucracy. I've set out to change things, hoping it'll make things better for the people I care about. It ended up changing me instead. Serves me right for being too idealistic, I guess. That one seems to bite back at me more often than not lately. If what happened at the hospital is meant to convey anything. This is probably the universe telling me that it's better to remain the skeptic I am. Now here I am, standing useless. Can't even do anything but grit my teeth and kick the wall. The bastard didn't even acknowledge my response.
What did the poor wall ever do to you?
It figures Rebecca would be the one to find me in this embarrassing state. Honestly, I don't like it when she sees me like this, which seems to happen a lot regardless of what I want.
Rebecca, now's not a good time.
The concern I expect from her when I turn isn't there, however. Instead, she just looks, well, the storm I left brewing last night, it's right there on her face, ready to be unleashed.
When is it ever a good time for you? You're always so busy with everything now. Now I find you here, sneaking out without even bothering with a proper goodbye. Not even a word. Really, I'm starting to think you're just keeping me around for my couch and my cooking.
Becca, it's not what you're thinking. I wasn't planning on sneaking out. I was going to say goodbye. I just had to take this call. Although, I'm not gonna lie, couch is great. 10 out of 10, would sleep again.
Stop it with the jokes, Ashton. I'm not in the mood.
Her bitterness is not lost on me. But at this point, our friendship, in our lives, how does she still expect me to answer that? What am I supposed to tell her now?
Are you still mad about last night?
She merely raises an eyebrow at me, which, to be honest, is all the response I need. Seeing her like this makes me believe that those things Z-Man says, the part where Rebecca scares him sometimes. I've certainly seen this more than once already, but the familiarity of it doesn't really take away from the downhill turn this conversation's starting to take. Only an awkward cough serves as a way to stall.
Okay, of course you're still mad. But whatever happened last night, I really am sorry. I'll apologize as many times as you want. If you want, I'd even kneel or something.
Ashton, an apology is nice and all, but that's not what I wanted to hear from you today.
Alright, fine, okay. Where do you want to start?
Oh, I don't know. I've honestly lost track of it by your third trip to the buffet table.
I wasn't... The drive up there took a bit. Can you blame me if I wanted to grab some appetizers?
Oh, come on, Ash! For the whole evening? For the whole party? Please don't tell me that's all you did, because I've never known you as someone who pigs out. You even took great lengths to avoid me. Should I also mention how you ignored Zach? Sometimes I get the feeling you don't want to be seen with us in public. Some friendship, huh?
You know it's not like that. It's never going to be like that, Becca.
I'll ask this again. Just what were you up to during the party? What were you doing that you couldn't even take 2 seconds to make time for your friends?
I couldn't even look her in the eye. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid them. I did it to keep Zach safe, to keep Rebecca safe. Just in case. Client or family friend, it was still a party hosted by a person of interest. By a man accused years ago of murdering a person's wife to get what he wanted. But then the chief showed up, Hannah Wright happened, and Luke Wright just can't be bothered to die peacefully somewhere. All of a sudden, none of my original reasons matter. If I was found out right then and there, hell, if Zach and Rebecca's connection with me was found out, who knows what might have happened. But Rebecca doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand what I can and can't say to keep them from harm. You know, you could just tell them that you were working undercover and just leave it at that. Like, you don't have to give them any details. Why is that so hard? It's all in her eyes.
Simple.
It's all in her eyes, in the tight line of her lips and her furrowed brows. The hurt. This day is just off to a wonderful start. First my case and now Becca. How do I even go about this? That's an excellent question. Let's find out. Right?
Will Frieza destroy Earth and kill Goku? Find out next time.
Right? 5 hours later.
Yeah. 3 episode fillers later. Oh my god.
Alright, let's try insist it's confidential. because I feel like that is an appropriate choice. Oh, that's right. Hang on, folks. I gotta pause for a minute to email a receipt to somebody. Here we go. I forwarded you the email, so you should have it now. You're welcome. Okay, let's go with insist it's confidential.
It's confidential, Rebecca.
Let's see. Let's see what that got us.
Yeah, I feel like if you
Oh,
stretch
good.
the truth, it's gonna nice.
Yeah. I wonder how many
teamwork,
times
brother.
I've told her that. And not just her, my dad, my mom, Zach, and even Isabella. How many times have I told them what essentially boiled down to mind your own business? To make sure they're all safe, to keep them out of danger. My job isn't a game. It isn't glamorous as the television portrays it to be. I had thought so too as a child. I was so clueless back then, wasn't I? But boy, did I learn. The good guys don't always win. Justice isn't always served. And investigations is not looking at a crime scene once to get a eureka moment. Eureka? God, why can't I say that stupid word? It's sleepless nights at a crime lab with the tech guys. It's frustrating when a bureaucracy hinders you from looking into a case any further, or when you know the suspect is guilty, but they get away scot-free on a technicality.
Especially when their name isn't Scott. It's just rude.
Right? It's seeing anger and pain and despair with every case.
I know you have a mountain of questions, but I've told you this so many times before. I can't say much more than that.
Still, the look on Rebecca's face, the resentment, the pain, it hurts me as well. To think that I'm the cause of that, it's a familiar one too. Something I've seen a lot over the years. I wonder how long it'll take before Zach starts giving me the same one. Or until I've hurt Isabella in a way that any sincere apology won't ever be enough. Oh yeah, what's my relationship with... Oh, Isabella. My relationship with Isabella is not very high. No, I can't up it because she's in a coma, so... Wah. What a mess. I'm a mess, and it's the people close to me who have to suffer for it.
I guess, if that's the case, there's nothing much I can do about it. You're off being a... what? A hero, I guess? And I shouldn't rag on you for that.
I could never get used to how quick she forgives me for whatever shitty thing I do. Zach and Isabella too. They've all been patient with me, unlike I with them. I don't deserve any of them for the kind of person I've turned out to be.
I'm hardly a hero, Becca. I'm just... Ash.
I expect a retort. Another one laced with bitterness. Instead, she laughs. Half-hearted with barely a hint of cheer in it, but it's a laugh nevertheless. I honestly don't know what to make of that, what to do with myself upon hearing it. It's almost like the mere sound of it is meant to pierce.
The least you could have done is tell me. Maybe I could have helped, kept an ear and an eye out for you. I don't know. I could have been Irene Adler, maybe?
Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, but the mask she tries so hard for me. I give her a smile of my own, though I imagine it comes off as unenthusiastic as hers. It's far easier to slip back to banter when it's like this, to just brush off everything. At least this way, we wouldn't have to deal with awful things.
The woman? Don't flatter yourself. Nancy Blue, more like.
Her sidekick would beg to differ, Ashett.
I couldn't stop a wry grin from forming in my lips. She probably still has the photo from that contest, keeps it in her old diary. I never did find either of the two after I threatened to burn them. In the end, I just never brought it up again, hoping she'd just forget about the whole thing. But the small smile on her face says a lot. Those were good times. A lot simpler, a lot more peaceful. Now things have changed. We're no longer the same people we were as kids. Growing up together doesn't mean it always has to be just the two of us in the first place. It's a dumb notion to believe in. When nothing ever remains constant, things will inevitably change through the years. In fact, it already has. Long ago. Not just with the people we allowed in our respective lives, but also with us, as people and as friends. It really does get complicated as we get older, doesn't it? Not everything has to be, though. Even if it's in the form of a promise, I have no idea when I'll be able to fulfill.
I swear, I'll explain when it's all over.
The silence afterwards brings an even heavier air between us. Something that Rebecca, thankfully, doesn't allow to linger more than necessary.
I suppose you have to go now, huh?
The situation's already awkward as it is. Dragging this out will only make it more what? Difficult? Messed up? As if it isn't already.
Back to your case again?
I don't really have to. I have no case. As far as the job is concerned, I have the weekend off until I have to report to Chief on Monday. Although I don't want to just throw in the towel. Orders are orders. This isn't like the movies. I don't get to say, fuck off, throw my gun and badge at him, become some vigilante, save the day and get my job back. I'd rather get my ass thrown in jail than do any of that. But it's also not in my nature to sit still and do nothing. Besides, there's someone who has to know about this whole Luke Wright thing.
Yeah, I need to go talk to Professor Clark. And there's something else I need to look into.
That other matter she mentioned last night specifically. The same stuff Zachary has also been trying to tell me. Things even the news have been blasting out to the general populace lately. Evening, afternoon, morning, all deaths with the same modus, blamed on a single serial killer. Or is it still the case?
Found dead in the early hours of the morning today. The fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxbourne police.
We're grasping at straws as far as these murders are concerned. In the first place, I'm not even the one heading this investigation. Yet look at me treating it as if it's another high-profile case on my shoulder. How sad is that? Although all three of my friends have mentioned seeing something strange, I don't want to go into that line of thinking for now. Not yet. Not until I've exhausted every logical argument I could throw at it. To be honest though, I don't know how to take all of this anymore. But looking at the closed door of Isabella's apartment, I couldn't bring myself not to act. After Rebecca's claims last night, if another person important to me ends up in the hospital because I didn't listen, there wouldn't be enough regret in the world. Fuck, I almost came close to losing Isabella.
Well, glad to hear you're talking to someone, at least, even if it's not me. You sure you're not bothering the professor or anything? Don't you be a cheeky brat now. I'm sure he's a very busy man. You pointed that out yourself last night.
Becca, even if he is, you know he'll make time for me. I'm his favorite after all, aren't I?
An attempt to keep things light again. Bad move, apparently. All I get in response to that is a roll of her eyes and a door being slammed shut in my face.
I probably deserve that.
We'll just have to fix this some other time. By then, her temper's sure to have cooled off significantly. Hopefully. For now, I can't laze around. Gotta attend to things that matter more. Find Professor Clark, deliver the bad news, then maybe I'll also drop by Zach's, check on him, hear what he has to say. He has also read that damn letter. Has also been saying odd things about a bunch of photographs. I might as well while I'm here. Playing a paranormal detective? Or was it supernatural? I can't remember. I think it's paranormal, because paranormal is ghost stuff, isn't it? Whatever, it wouldn't hurt anyone if I tried to get to the bottom of this. If nothing comes out of this, good. Everyone can shut up about stupid curses, and we can finally get back on track with our lives. On to more important stuff. If there is something...
I'll cross that bridge when I get there.
And so, with the last deep draw of breath, I step out into the morning, setting aside my own problems for now, all while carrying a new set of uncertainties within me. If I'm lucky, and Professor Clark has no obligations today, I know just where to find him. A moderate crowd has already gathered at the park by the hour I arrive. People walking their dogs, kids playing a game of tag, and a few who are simply content to lay in their blankets with a book in hand. Cheers, laughter, and mostly from children and families, lends the place with some kind of warm atmosphere. I tend to avoid the park precisely because of this. No use reminding myself of the could-haves when it's already over. Mom's doing well with her career. Dad's also fine the last time I visited. Although neither remarried, they're both content with their lives as it is. I'm probably the only one still caught up with it, hence my aversion. But all in all, it's still a pleasant sight to see if you're the kind who takes joy in such sights. Professor Clark does, and as expected, I find him enjoying a walk around the place moments later. He stops as soon as he sees me, a small grin spreading across his face when I approach, his hand raised in a casual greeting.
Not running today, Professor?
Ho, no, not today. Just thought I'd enjoy the nice weather before it takes a turn for the norm again. And to what do I owe the pleasure?
The guy certainly looks happy right now, in any case. I almost don't want to break the news to him. But it's better to get this off quick as long as he doesn't shoot the messenger. He's not the type. However, long-held resentment can change a person, even with someone as mild-mannered as the professor.
Maybe we should sit down first.
With a slight gesture of my hand, I lead the two of us to a nearby bench, away from anyone who might want to listen. Not that there's much to hear. It's just for the sake of his privacy. He's had enough of the city's tattlers 10 years ago. I wait for him to take the empty space beside me before starting. Instead, he spares a moment to give me a once-over, quiet and unblinking during his scrutiny. It reminds me of all those times he has done the same back when I was still his student. I try not to flinch meanwhile. Once he's done, he simply raises a hand, reaching up to correct his glasses. A habit, as I've learned many years ago. He does that once he's found what he's searching for. A nervous tick or an odd stain on one's person. Something to tell him about the one in front of him. The art of keen observation, I learn it from the man. It's very likely that he already has an idea of what this might be about, from my appearance and expression alone. Despite this, he allows me to speak first and wordlessly takes the open seat beside me, a smile still on his face as he watches the man in front of us. Funny how the world simply goes on while we sit here with this shadow looming over us.
I was hoping to talk to you about the case.
I suppose I'm just the downer today. As soon as I say those words, a look of concern replaces his cheery expression.
You aren't in trouble, are you?
For a second I hesitate, looking at the dirt beneath my shoes. But I manage, eventually. After a long, ragged draw breath, I pick up where I've left off, still fumbling with my words.
Well, I'm in a bit of trouble, if you can call it that.
He quickly raises a questioning brow at that.
But I'm not in danger or anything.
You've said that same excuse a million times before, Detective Inspector. Those circles under your eyes and your slouch tell a different story.
It's nothing like what you're thinking. Don't worry. I was taken off the Luxborn firm case.
I expect anger, frustration, maybe even disappointment. But all he gives me is a small sigh of relief.
Is that so? Well, at least you aren't in danger. Liz wouldn't be too happy if she saw you like this right now.
Liz. Aunt Liz. She insisted I call her his late wife. A sweet-tempered woman by so many standards. They were never blessed with kids and contented herself with simply managing their bakery. Sorry, I had to go run over and turn the dryer back on. How dare I do laundry while I stream, right? But she's the closest I had to a mom in the few years I'd known her. And the professor, too. In the absence of my own parents in my life, the two filled the ache their separation left in me.
Believe me, you'll get an earful if you show up looking like that on her doorstep.
How many years has it been? 9? 10? I can still remember it vividly. 2 men, primly dressed, briefcases in hand, and a stern look on each of their faces. They were already frequent visitors to the bakery for a few months. Something about the lot being a prime property in downtown I think they were hoping to settle a deal with her, but neither of the couple gave in to their demands. Why should they? The quaint little shop was a dream for them. Aunt Liz sent me home early that night after a fruitless wait for the professor. The next morning, news of a bakery race to the ground had spread across the whole city. One casualty. A few weeks later, the property was sold to Wright Enterprise. A fucking hotel now stands in its place. Of course, an investigation was launched after the incident. The name Luke Wright was briefly at the center of it. But with the lack of evidence, the case ultimately went cold. The professor hides it well, however I can tell that he hates that man to this day. He might even blame Luke Wright for every tragedy that happens in the city. He has never blamed me though, when I'm equally as responsible. I knew something's off the moment those stupid men stepped into the shop. I could have saved her that night. I could have prevented anything from happening to her, called for help or whatever. I didn't. So it continues to eat at me until today. The guilt. Luxborn firm case would have been our chance at reopening that old case if we could prove that Luke Wright of his crimes. Instead, we're back to square one. Yet all he has for me are words of comfort. To think he can still be this concerned about me after my carelessness. After I've broken another promise of seconds. People never cease to amaze me.
You might think that you have failed as an officer. Or maybe you think that you have failed me. And you know more than anyone. I would love to see that man taken down. If anyone deserves to be tried in high court, it's him. Goodness knows what awful things he's done. But I'm glad nothing's happened to you while you were working on this. That's what's most important. I'd hate to get news like that again.
Suddenly he stops. A thoughtful look flashes in his eyes as he thumbs the wedding band on his ring finger before he continues. Another habit. He has never removed it since that day, has never thought once to remarry. Even when he managed to continue his life and return to some semblance of normalcy. It's his way of honoring her, I suppose, when he couldn't bring to justice the man responsible for his loss. Some people are just hard to forget.
It's not like another death. Yours or even his will bring back my wife.
Silence falls between us afterwards. I don't quite know what to say after that, really. Should I apologize? Show some sympathy? Going into this, I should have thought of something other than breaking this news to him. As it is, it seems the only thing we can do is feel sorry for each other's misfortunes. In another occasion, under different circumstances, I might have accepted that, but...
And I don't know if I've told you yet, but the one in the news recently, the girl, she was the one you kept mentioning before, yes? The girl you frequently hang out with. They said she briefly worked for them, as their real estate agent for the mansion. I've just heard about it. Although, for what it's worth, I'm sorry about what happened to your friend. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but if this is that man's doing...
Professor, please.
They come out more strained than usual, more than what I'm accustomed to when speaking to the older man. Maybe if things around me hadn't started going beyond my control, the letter, the mansion, the supposed curse behind those, I'd still be quick to blame it all on the bastard too. But as much as I want to keep holding him responsible for it, to add another to his list of sins,
Please don't finish that.
all this time, I prided myself over being the one to always know. But the ghosts and curses, these are things that are completely out of my control. Professor Clark's right in some way. Things would be so much easier if we just blamed him finding evidence would be a breeze, and I'd be all too happy to put him in a place he belongs. Although, if he was in any way complicit to what happened to her, legalities have my hands tied. But maybe that's my fault. I might have missed the ticket to closing the case once and for all last night. If only I had done a better job during the party. But then, the commotion. There was Hannah Wright and Rebecca distracting me from my purpose, too. I'd include that gate crasher as well, even though it's only for a moment. So many things have gone wrong that night.
This isn't a prank! I saw something! See? This is why I didn't want to tell you guys. It's not a joke! Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Last night, at the party.
But it's real! What do you think I saw? It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
That woman.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her.
Shit. If that was what Isabella had been warning us about, it was the same thing Rebecca talked about last night. Or what Zach told me about a few days ago. How many of these instances have I dismissed since reading the letter? How many have I ignored and passed off as some effect of fatigue or lack of sleep? Even last night, a hallucinogen lacing food is the first thing I considered, purely because that's what my training dictates. It's a mindset I've grown used to. It's the setting the gears in my head automatically takes in a situation like that. Of course, I'm not discounting all of that yet, until I have enough information. Something to form a conclusion. Proof in whatever form it may come. But thinking straight is impossible when all of a sudden all your beliefs are being upturned in the most violent way possible at that. Jesus, I need a sounding board. I need to talk to someone, and Zach's the best person for that.
I have to go.
Already? Wait, Ashton, where are you?
I don't have time to stop and listen to what the professor has to say, as I bolt up and run like a bat out of hell. Getting back to my car in record time, I don't waste a second to hit the road and drive to Zach's place. If any one of us knows anything about what's going on, who can help sort the muddled mess my mind is? It's got to be him. He'd listen to Isabella. Zach's the kind person who prefers to laze around his apartment on a weekend. Especially after having a busy week like last one. The big guy's nowhere in sight when I arrive, though. Figures. People don't seem to be where they should be when I need them. Looking around, I find no sign where he might have gone to. He usually leaves a note on his fridge if he's out for the day, just in case someone drops by. As there isn't one, he probably just went out for a quick walk. I hope. Maybe he ran out of eggs or something and went out to buy some. He is out of eggs after all. It puts my running mind to rest for a while. He always has to have some, be it for an omelet or something he's baking. All I can do is sigh as I close it behind me. Still, I'm worried for my friend, of course. The messy bed suggests he was out in a hurry. He didn't even bother to fold the sheets. His cell phone's been left behind as well. Another odd thing when he has made it a habit to never leave it behind in case a client calls.
At least the locked door points to the fact that it wasn't a forced exit.
I can take comfort in that, but not so much. Anything might happen, and completely letting my guard down is out of the question. In hindsight, I shouldn't have left Rebecca alone either. I'll have to check on her later. In the meantime, Zach. But with no other clue where he is and no other way to contact him, I've no choice but to wait. Sure, I could give the room another thorough run-through, but I don't think Zach would appreciate me offending this place. Besides, I haven't eaten anything in a while. Might as well take this chance to cool down for a bit, right? Anything to distract myself so that I don't just charge ahead first because of whatever paranoid scheme comes to mind. Oh look, it's Yank's potato chips! Returning to the kitchen, the first thing I see is a bag of chips when I rifle through his cupboards. I think it's great that they put their logo on the chips. They do call them crisps. After muttering a permission and apology its owner won't hear, I grab it and set myself on his old couch and turn on the television. The screen lights up right as some awful noontime drama starts airing on Channel 9. Nothing like sitting in front of the TV with a mindless drone running in the background to waste away the time. And waste it away I do. The afternoon has hit its last few hours when movement comes from the other side of the door, and Zach's heavy treads break the monotonous drivel from the TV. The lock clicks, the knob turns, and slowly it swings open to reveal a very exhausted-looking Zach. What, did he run a marathon?
Sup, Z-Man?
Light as my tone might be, his arrival eases the restless edge in me. Who knows what I would have done if something bad happened to another one of my friends. If another minute had gone by without him showing up, I might have resorted to unconventional methods.
Ash, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me Z-Man? And stop breaking into my apartment! Call the cops on you, but doing that feels like a joke in itself because you are one.
I didn't. You gave me a key the last time I did that, remember?
After the last one you broke, I can't keep replacing the knob just because you think it'd be amusing to lockpick the hell out of it. And hey, is that my...
It's scary how the friendly banter and easy smile come naturally.
You ate all of it! I was saving that one for the weekend!
I'll replace it.
I do it even without thinking, and that speaks volumes about how comfortable I am around him. That's nice, isn't it? Sorry, pasta arrived, so I got momentarily distracted from reading. Are you excited for spaghetti, Alex?
Is it a bread bowl or a regular?
It's a regular bowl of pasta.
Nice. What kind of pasta sauce we talking?
What makes me afraid of it, however, is the idea that a time might come where I might just do these without even meaning to and offend him in some way. The friendship we have might be closer than most I've shared with others, but there are boundaries you can't cross with the other's permission, or without the other's permission. Zach's been respectful of that so far, neither asking about my parents or what happened to them. Me? I'd bet he'd say, not so much. It's also this easy banter that makes me wish we could just stay like this. No worries, no problems, just potato chips and the debate on whether or not I deserve them. But as always, I have business. As soon as I see the chance, I take it. And ask him about the odd things that have been happening lately, including that letter.
What did he say about the photographs?
Huh? Oh, there's no guarantee it's a supernatural thing. It doesn't always happen. So, that's a dead end right there. Now that I think about it, bothering that guy for this feels pretty silly now. But with dreams lately.
That's all? Did he say anything about the damn letter at all? Did you ask him even?
Yeah, that's really everything. The letter kind of slipped my mind. The photos were more important at that time. There was some stuff about the local horror stories, though. Talked about the curses, and he was really fascinated with the story about a wraith asking for a sacrifice to move on.
The sacrifice being Luke!
Kinda nasty if you ask me, but it does make sense if you simply go along with it. I'm not sure how this will help in the grand scheme of things. Why are you asking about this anyway?
As expected, as we go through all this, Zach starts to look at me like I've grown a second head. Yeah, I would too if there was ever a universe where I was standing in front of myself. Because even as a child, I never believed in ghost stories. The Lucky Charms and the mystic objects from my mother have often been stored away or given as paltry gifts to those who would appreciate them more. Granted, I haven't eliminated every single possibility here yet, but what else is there to go off from? I try to stamp down on the annoyance that comes from that thought alone. The worried look Zach shoots my way doesn't help one bit in helping me gather my thoughts either. When that's what I came here for. Somehow, everyone's just suddenly so worried about me. It's not like I'm pulling this out of my ass. If even Rebecca claims there's something shady going on, I'm inclined to believe there must be a scrap of truth to it. And when I look at those along with Isabella's warning, what happened to her, and what's occurring around Zach, what has taken place around Luxborn, since Isabella found that letter.
Have you seen the news this morning?
His puzzled expression is enough of an answer. Of course he hasn't. Another night, another nightmare. The guy most likely went out as soon as he got out of bed to shake the images off. The memories have never really left him. So I show him cycling through the channels until I find one doing a recap of this morning's report. And there it is. The poor guy is unidentifiable with how badly his body's been burnt. Murder via arson? That's the logical explanation if I was the officer looking into it. Except they couldn't find the source of the fire. The fire didn't even spread.
Found dead in the early hours of the morning today. The fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxborn police.
They're going to consider spontaneous human combustion soon enough if they don't find anything else. But what's important for everyone to note is the state of the room.
A similar writing was found in another victim's room from last week's incident. Both were employees of Briar Realty Corporation. LBN has reached out to the...
Like what happened to Cooper. Hell, I wonder how many other deaths like this that I've missed while I've been looking into Wright. The LPD's already thinking it's a serial killer at this point. How long until they consult with the London Metropolitan? I'm not sure. The Anselm Butcher has always been an enigma, even to the people within this city. Gone for a few years, and then in the next, one body after another is found. Merely handling the case has apparently driven the chief inspector insane years ago. He never did find out who committed those murders. Maybe now, this time. It's true, it's a supernatural serial killer.
You think this is...
I don't know what to think, Zach.
In the second, I'm up on my feet, pacing the span of the small room without even thinking about it. My body just needs to be busy, moving about, burning out rather than burning my own brain out. Sometimes I do both. Moving helps. Keeps the brain running. Healthy body, healthy mind. Or was it the other way around? Fuck, I can't even think coherently right now. I just know there's something. There must be. There has to be.
I should have looked into this when she was still here. Maybe none of this would have happened if I did.
The words slip out of my mouth before I can censor them. The guilt and sorrow, feelings I won't let others even catch a glimpse of under normal circumstances, all laid bare in this one moment of weakness. Zach will say otherwise. He always has been the optimist, the one who sees the best in people. But such sentiments or any words of comfort won't change the truth. That a single instance of neglect and indifference has cost me someone really dear to me. Again. We've all been given our warning that day in that desperate, pleading tone of hers, and I'm the first one who brushed it off. Still, like the usual, Zach tries. A benefit of the doubt I'm not worthy of.
Rebecca and I are still here. And don't count Isabella out yet. No matter what the doctor said, I want to believe she'll pull through. We'll manage one way or another.
Don't make it sound so easy. We have no idea what we're dealing with here.
This is a whole fucking mess we're in. The only way to make it worse is if we start running around like a bunch of headless chickens. Yeah! With Isabella alive, they both crash Zach's apartment and have delicious food. But I have a concrete plan now, I think. Aside from those writings, there's another thing linking most, if not all, of those victims. The ladder. I'll still have to look deeper into, of course. However, this little detail's been bothering me since one of the investigating officers brought it up. Even the news has picked up on it. Most of the victims are employees of the same company before their untimely deaths. Briar Realty Corporation. However, my suspicions are mine for the moment. The details are something Zach doesn't need to know until I have something to show. It's enough that he's aware that I have an idea. Oh shit, how are we gonna break into the place without Isabella? Because she's in a coma, so she can't help us this time. For his part, Z-Man doesn't push it. Nothing but heavy silence leads my departure hours later. Seriously, Zach would have probably made a more responsible officer than me if he had only had the heart to join the force. We would certainly use more kind people like him. But as good as that thought is, I push all of it into the back of my mind as I head for my car. Tonight, I can't stay distracted. The drive to BRC is a quiet affair, more so the hour-long wait for nightfall. Even with the radio blasting lively tunes, the place is rife with tense energy, only a matter of minutes now. But the ticking seconds don't take away the edge, and for the 5th time I reach out and fiddle with the radio, adjusting and turning the knobs with no real purpose. It's a nervous quirk I've developed and never bothered to correct during stakeouts. Something to keep my mind occupied during long nights. Oh shit, dude has a CD player. What I would give to hear Zach's, Rebecca's, or Isabella's voice right now. Scope BRC out. See if the real estate company has any information that may be of help. That's the plan. Cooper and Isabella both worked on it before.
Traffic cams were useless, and those were supposed to be high def to begin with. Damn, huge waste of taxpayers' money when we can't even use it when we need it. The people at Tech have been at it since we got hold of the footage, and all they managed to salvage was a scant few seconds before she crossed the road. How does that help?
Well, there must be some use in that alone. Like, maybe someone pushed her?
There was no one else. She just stopped right in the middle of the road. Just right in the fucking middle. It's like there was something there that prevented her from crossing. I just don't know what. Zach, Isabella's not that stupid. There was something there. That's what made her stop, and the traffic cams didn't catch it. Something or someone. Someone was there.
I love how I take a bite of my spaghetti as soon as there's no longer any voice acting. Sure,
Perfect time.
I could also check the station for full reports. That's the easy, semi-legal way. But I don't want to bump into the chief right now. The guys at the precinct will definitely throw me out on his orders as soon as they see me. Not that my plan right now is any better. I'm just breaking into a different place, more or less. Honestly, it's a toss-up between breaking into this office or into the Wrights' mansion. As it stands, I'll have an easier time getting in here first. After all, why would someone want to break into a realty company? Been here many times before, for a few casual visits when I want to bug Scaredy Cat. Over the years, I have more or less grown familiar with their security setup and how badly staffed they are. Plus, it's an old building. If the bankruptcy rumors are true, it just means their access protocols might also be outdated. It gives me enough confidence as I exit my car and march towards the building. There are no side entrances, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to do this the hard way. All things considered, though, it feels like this might go smoothly.
And where do you think you're going, young man?
Hey there, sir. A nice night we're having, eh?
Hello yourself. It's late. Most offices in this building have already closed up shop for the weekend.
The bloke seems friendly enough, though one can't really tell from his voice alone. He might be the wary sort for all I know. Keeping an unconcerned face and aloof air won't hurt, until I figured out how to wiggle myself out of this situation.
Just come back on Monday if you have important business.
He's probably been working here for a few months already. Maybe around 4 to 6 months max. Otherwise, he would have recognized me at first glance. I haven't shown my face here since I've been assigned to the first firm case a year ago. In the first place, none of their security officers ever lasted a year in service. The longest was around 7.5. I'll give this guy around that before he gets fired or finds a better paying job. For the moment, his too friendly attitude is almost a gift.
Really? Damn. Boss man won't be too happy to hear that.
Boss man?
Sorry, it's my boss, Mr. John. He asked me to get a few things from his table. Important work stuff, you know.
John? From Briar Realty?
The one and only. But, this sucks. I didn't realize the office closes early on weekends. Shouldn't have stayed for another movie. Damn. I'm gonna get an earful later. New hire, you see?
Good thing Isabella has been quite open with the stories from her office, no matter how mundane they all are. Granted, she rarely talks about her boss, but from what I've gleaned from it is enough to fabricate a decent, believable story.
You new hires are always so dumb and clueless, I swear. You guys come and go a lot these days, but I suppose that's because they pay you a lot less in commission than the older agents, huh?
You can say that again, but it's nothing hard work can't fix.
Sure, you can do that, if this branch stays afloat.
What do you mean?
You know, stuff in the news.
You mean what happened with Rose Cooper?
Yeah, but even before that, we've got a couple of good blokes we never saw again. There was this one kid, too, Santillian? Sanchez?
Really? Those guys could have just resigned for all you know.
Dunno, I only catch tidbits of stuff from over here. Oh, seriously, I heard the branch is getting flushed soon, but that's no excuse for anarchy. You're the third newbie he's sent running errands this week. I can't keep letting you all in after office hours. I'll get in trouble too, you know?
Come on, just a few minutes.
There's a long pause from his end, as if he's contemplating his options. A little push is all it needs before he gives in.
You know how fickle the boss's moods can be.
Well, yeah, but...
Please, I really need to get those files to him tonight.
Alright, go ahead. I swear you young ones have no respect for authority. Use the side entrance. Already locked up the main door. I'm not gonna open that even if you give me puppy eyes.
Thanks, I owe you one.
Using the side door presents a different problem, however. It needs an access card, one I don't have. I could always pry it open and use a gecko, but right under the guard's watch?
There's just this one problem.
What is it, again?
I forgot my access card.
I make a show of facing the security cameras, pulling my empty pockets out and presenting him the sorriest look I can muster.
Bloody hell, kids these days.
Is there any way for you to...
Boy, you're lucky I'm nice. I'll go and unlock the side entrance for you then. You can use my card, it's on the front desk. You'll need to beep in when you report for proper work on Monday, though. And don't forget to turn off the lights before you leave, Kate?
He cuts off the connection before I can thank him. Soon enough, the latch clicks and the side door swings open. The guard, a stout man wearing uniform still too loose for him, waves me over from the gap before he disappears behind his station again. Just my luck. Here I thought I'd have to use unconventional methods. Sure, I might be getting the guy in trouble. I kind of feel sorry for that, but it's not like he'll be keeping the job for long, if he's always letting people in like that. If BRC doesn't have long either, he'll be job hunting sooner or later anyway. He's lucky I'm not here to hurt anyone. If I were someone with ill intentions, he might not be smiling at the end of the day. Of course, as I step into the building and grab his access card, I try to push all of these concerns as far down as I can. I need to focus. Work is work. Although if this is a sign of what's to come, then maybe things are indeed looking up. Oh shit! It's this one! Oh no! Yeah, and I'm by myself! I hate this! Alright, it's a quiet ride up to the 7th floor where the BRC Luxembourg main office is. Zeb, according to his access card, has been kind enough to switch the elevator's power on, just as I'm about to head for the fire exit stairs. Which is a welcome relief. I'm an active guy, but stairs? I don't want to tire out too quickly in case things get ugly. There probably won't be any trouble with the building this quiet, but you never know. I swear the whole place definitely feels eerie at this time of night. But until I've confirmed anything, those are just stories. Worse things can happen. No need to scare myself. Staying calm means fewer mistakes.
Though I sure am fucking gutsy, especially with what I'm doing.
I'm breaking a lot of laws here. Best thing that can come out of this is... Isabella's right all along. Worst case scenario? I find evidence that would implicate BRC or Luke Wright in a crime, and my meddling if I'm not careful enough. makes it inadmissible in court. Though I'll be honest, I strongly prefer losing my job or facing right over some spirit or ghost or whatever it is. I could always work around the problems of the former, but fighting off a phantom? How does one even do that? Do guns even work on them?
Yeah, not going to happen.
But tonight, I'm here to fix things. If I do it without leaving a trail, all the better. Good thing that's what I'm good at. The immediate area beyond the elevator doors sees the agent stations. There's a lot more to the floor, of course, but first order of business as soon as I'm in, locate the records room, then security. Passing the sea of cubicles, I can't help but take in everything in their office. A force of habit for the most part. As far as I know, BRC Luxborn used to own this whole building. Offices in several floors once upon a time when real estate is still a lucrative business for the company in this side of the country. Then, competition showed up and suddenly everything's not so good anymore. It only got worse as the years went by, or so according to the rumors. Now the branch is just this floor, despite what the huge sign in the building's facade says. And frankly, it's not too hard to believe when one looks at the state of this room. A number of desks have been cleared out. Personal mementos are scarce if the employees have gone on an exodus. That'll be the downsizing, probably. Searching for what I need would be a whole lot easier if Isabella were here. Maybe she'll even tell me more about the sudden layoffs. She has always been...
Focus, Frey. There's no point in whining or dwelling any longer on it. That's why I'm here in the first place.
Without her, I'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. I'm a detective, aren't I?
Besides, the longer I take here, the riskier the situation becomes.
Brushing it all off, I immediately get to work. On the far wall of the main workspace, plaques label most of the doors for easy identification. The staff lounge and the branch manager's office are places I'm familiar with, and they're easily the most accessible of the private rooms. To the right of the manager's office is the meeting room and the human resources. To its far left, the records, followed by the security further back. Easy as pie. What will be tricky is getting inside both rooms. The security room first. The fact that no one has walked out when I entered means the room is either empty or the guards sound asleep. I'm banking more on the former. If they're cutting corners and firing agents, I have no doubt that they fired the guy stationed here. If they have anyone watching the monitors in the first place. It's a rather common thing for establishments. Just leaving security recording indefinitely and only check the footage if something actually happens. Just to check, I press my ears against the door, listening for a sign of anyone occupying the room. After a long minute and nothing, I move back towards the record store and give its knob a few rattles. Time to get to work.
Standard lock and key. Should be easy enough to pick.
We have a lockpick sets, but those are only to be used if necessary, and with a search warrant. Even then, it's a skill set rarely needed. Subtly isn't on a cop's priority if they have the authority to search the premises. Bolt cutters and brute force are the favored methods. If those fail, we call a locksmith. Me? I prefer the good old hairpin trick when those options aren't available. Besides, they're easy to hide and store for emergencies. Running my hand through my hair, I pull out a pair of bobby pins. 2 of these, and I can just open any standard lock. One makes a lever, and the other makes a handle. I won't call it a complex skill, but it certainly takes time and a lot of practice to successfully pick a lock. Good thing I practiced with them for a bit in my college years. I learned more when they're accessible in the standard issue for a law enforcement officer. A wiggle here, a click there, and I managed to seize all pins in the locking mechanism soon enough. I will be right back. With a slight turn of the knob, the records room is ripe for the picking.
Easier said than done. Now, where should I start looking?
The property files are probably my best bet, as well as the people who worked on it, including Isabella and Rose Cooper. The sign-in forms from Open House can also help me track the clients. But it's a little too far-fetched to think that these people have been affected. It would have been news now. Isabella has already found the letter by the time the open house has started. Besides, out of all the visitors, it's only with the right couple who Isabella and Cooper has a notable interaction with, one that led to the sale of the mansion. So for the next half hour, I work in complete silence, digging into every files compiled in the Ermengarde Mansion folder. The client files I leave alone, like the sign forms. Better narrow this down as early as possible. My best bet are still the people who have worked closely with Cooper, Isabella, and BRC itself. After all, that's where the connection is. Not an easy task considering how thick this whole thing is. Just the correspondence and contracts for the restoration alone make a stack of papers that's an inch thick. Third-party service providers hired for the masonry, radiators, woodworking, plasterwork, slate roofing, and a whole bunch of other things are well documented. Hell, every single contractor who worked on the project were listed individually, even if they were just there to do plumbing. It's a high-profile and high-cost estate, alright. With the scope that comes, the loopholes. Means plenty of room to hide something in, even if there's something fishy going on. All I have to do is find a pattern. And it doesn't take long. Upon closer glance, despite the original owners shouldering the renovation costs, it'll be surprising if they manage to break even on the Ermengarde mansion. With what the additional expenses for the open house, the commission for the agents, and other overhead fees. At one point, the negotiations to get it listed under BRC's name almost broke down too. Some disagreement about the listing price. The owners wanted to be rid of it as quickly as possible while keeping the worth at a profitable level. BRC was insisting on a higher amount, double what the appraiser suggested. This, plus the rumor that their branch is closing, BRC Luxborn really is in the red, and the sale of the mansion could have easily been a desperate move to keep the branch afloat.
No wonder the final sale happened as fast as it did. Sheesh, this place is just unlucky. Going bankrupt while the rest of this crap is happening?
But this isn't what I'm looking for. What I need is the who. The people aside from Isabella and Cooper involved in this business with the mansion, and how they are now. I can't do much with the outside contractors. They won't be on file. The employee list, on the other hand. Because if Isabella was to be believed, if what she's seen and what happened to Rose Cooper is because of that letter, I need to know everyone who has possibly read it aside from the three of us. If they've been noticing strange things too. For all I know, these may have just been terrible coincidence. Although the thought of that starts to diminish as I dig into the BRC's company files. It turns out there were 2 more employees who handled the mansion directly aside from Cooper and Isabella. Christian Sly, the realty specialist, and Mark Julius Jean Marie, the estate praiser.
This C guy, he was in custody just the other day.
Folks at the precinct said they went to his house after a noise complaint. They found him acting all crazy, and they had to take him in when he started getting violent. Kept screaming about a woman. It was driving the guards mad, but he didn't last too long. A few hours in, and he just started bashing his own head against the wall. And well, it was messy to say the least. Guy's in the hospital right now, and I heard they're looking into putting him into a psychiatric ward as soon as he recovers. Within the company, he's been marked AWOL. Jean-Marie, on the other hand, his employee file notes his date of leaving and even when his final payment had been given. Along with it, there's a letter to his family about the appraiser being found dead in the office. Communication is hush-hush, and there's a mention of compensation if they don't talk about it to the media. Inspector Abigail has often scolded me for not reading the reports on a regular basis, but I try to keep up to date as much as I can. When I do, I make sure I'm aware of the gist of what's going on in my city. This never reached the police's ear or the health and safety executive.
Business going under and someone dies while working here? Of course they want to keep that quiet. It's bad publicity. This whole thing is just getting freakier by the minute.
I continue flipping through the documents. For a while more. It's a quarter of an hour later when I put down the papers with a sigh and begin placing the folders where they belong. Aside from those two, I found nothing else of note. I'm still missing a lot of things here, but it's about time I leave. I've taken too long. I'll make a short work of creating duplicates out of everything I've deemed important. The pages with names, addresses, contact numbers will do. I start with the ones who live within the city. Once I've finished, I tuck the duplicates under my arm and bring the originals back to their proper place. With that done, I lock the door behind me, tugging it twice just to make sure. I have my work cut out for me. It's not like I can ask for backup from the force. Now on to the next order of business. Removing the evidence of my little excursion in here. Can't have my face plastered on the security footage showing me breaking the laws, as it were. I'm gonna have to wipe the data for Seb's access card entries too, so I won't incriminate the poor guy. Same with the records room. The security's also using a standard lock and key. Good timing. My trusty bobbies are always here for me. I almost said boobies. Without much difficulty, I find myself
Those
facing
are always there.
Without much difficulty, I find myself facing the security monitors. The room's odor hits me. A sharp, nauseating stench as if someone has accidentally spilled a gallon of bleach in there. When was the last time they opened this place?
Ugh, this place smells awful. Jesus, it's worse than the forensics lab on a bad day.
Yep. I think it might be the lady.
No fuss, no muss. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! What the hell is...
waiting for it. Oh shit, it's moving closer! What the fuck?
Yeah.
A moment of oh no! A moment of paralysis hits me when she stops right in front of the camera like a damn rookie. I froze still in face danger. I definitely haven't been trained to handle the supernatural. This is one, isn't it? And oh fuck! Her eyes bore into me. The malice is piercing. Even beyond the screen is enough to make me go nuts. Only the mug crushing and the cold when my hand exhaled and takes the flag out and snaps me out of the train. Without a second thought, I backed away from the controls, through the room, ready to be done with this place. But before my foot even moved, she disappeared.
Son of a...
Oh, look at that. It's in your face.
No! It's instantly takes over and my hand quickly reaches for my gun at my side, only to be empty air. A mistake that cost me a few precious seconds while the paperwork I brought with me friends to scatter everywhere at the same time. Gathering everything and myself once more with no weapon to protect myself, my sense of self-preservation kicks in and I lunge towards the door. I sprint across the office without daring to look back. As soon as I make it out of the office, I practically throw myself into the open elevator and slam the button on the ground floor. A sigh of relief escapes me from when the elevator starts its descent. The clicking noise fades off into the distance. Shifting the stack of papers under my arm, I lean back and wait in an attempt to compose myself. Okay, you're gonna have to read the numbers on the screen. Because I'm not able to like type fast enough to save myself. I've died so many times. Breathe. In and out. Fuck.
You got this.
In a matter of seconds, the elevator stops and the door opens too. There's a moment's pause while I take in my surroundings. Confusion's understandably there, along with frustration.
Are you kidding me? They should just replace this whole thing.
I'm quite sure I pressed for the ground floor, though. But it's an old building. The elevators always did have problems when I visited in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Even Isabella becomes so angry whenever we try to get her to oh my god, I'm so rattled, I can't even read. Even Isabella becomes so angry whenever we try to get to her floor, and she'll have to repeatedly smash the button for the elevator to even move. That was always good for a laugh. I wasn't too worried then, but now... From the distance, beyond the light's reach, the noise echoes in my ears along with the rapid pounding in my chest.
Anyone there? I can hear you moving from here.
No, you can't.
Show yourself.
No response. Only the soft sound of something scurrying around the floor and the walls in slow, deliberate movement. Faint, though still audible enough in this hush, until it stops. A moment. And then, this time I'm certain it's a moment! I guess my
she angry.
Whole body stiffens. Hands stilling mid-press on the button, eyes growing wide while waiting for any sort of movement further back and ears strained for the source of the sound. Much as I hate to admit it, dread has seeped into every nerve in my body. And the blasted elevator still won't work.
This isn't in my fucking training manual!
Another Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm not an Otis technician. I don't know how these elevators work. No!
Another series of shuffling against the ground and a laughter. All of a sudden, she's just there. Like a twisted spider, she stares at me. A look of hunger in her eyes and venom in the twisted manner she smiles. A glee she has, well earned when I'm a damn fly that has been dropped right off onto the spider's web.
Damn it! Damn it!
Without warning, she moves, mocking me with each unhurried crawl she takes, knowing I'm at her mercy.
Fucking hell, work, you stupid!
My life is in the hands of a crummy elevator, literally hanging between life and death. I'm not going to die here. You know what? I understand. I know I'm gonna fuck this up. Not in a damn elevator.
door. You done messed up, AA Ron.
I'm sorry. I'm so bad. I'm sorry.
Ah, it happens.
Okay. Are you ready?
Are you? Would you like to take a minute?
38497. 29673. 673. 63594. 594. Shit.
81463.
81543.
Oh! Oh man, I thought you had it.
Okay, do you want to try mashing buttons? Do you want to try one more time? I thought it did. It's supposed to be on. Here, let me just. Can you hit the window button? Okay. Yeah, go ahead and see if it works. Okay, it should work. All right, ready? 32865. 63275. 87321. Nope. 37468. Nope. 46.
Yeah.
Okay. Here are the numbers. This does not work. Okay, ready? Ready for us to die again? Look here, can you read the numbers to me? Alex, you're watching on Discord, right?
I am. Yep.
Okay, read me the numbers.
Okay.
Go.
72349. 78421. 48975.
What?
49531.
Shit!
19572.
I'm not gonna make this. God! Okay, so when you read the numbers, you're going too fast and I fuck it up.
Okay, I'll go a little bit slower.
Yeah? Yeah, you noticed that the timer on the numbers, right?
I do, yep.
Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. You wanna try it, Mayumi? Alright, Mayumi's gonna give it a try. I'm gonna read it to Mayumi, okay?
You got it.
Yeah, don't pause. Yes. Okay, let me know when you're ready. But, okay, ready? Okay. Oh my god, okay. 13857. 95623. 41856. 62157. Shit. 51782. 51782. 51782. Nope, let's pass it. Gotta be faster. It is hard. They keep killing Ash over and over again.
I thought this is what you wanted.
Yeah, but we want the ending, not him dying.
This is the end. He ain't going anywhere. He's not leaving that elevator. He will be there for weeks. They'll eventually find a finger in the bottom of the
Okay.
elevator shaft.
Let me know when you're ready. 64781. 81. 49253. 84653. 84295. Nope, not fast enough. 93184. Nope, not fast enough. 5. Alright, Alex.
You want to try again?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
Alright, you ready?
Alex is gonna read me the numbers. Okay, are you ready, sir?
I am.
Okay.
Do this.
The button.
Alright. 5, 2, 6, 9, 1. 6, 5, 4, 2, 6, 1. 6, 3, 2, 4, 1. 5, 1, 4, 2, 7.
So close. No. Do you want to try? Oh my god, this is so hard. We keep dying. Poor Ashton. It's a shame Numlocks doesn't work. Okay. Ready? 71365. 94732. 63978. 978. 83751. Yes, we did it! Oh,
Yay!
finally! Yes, finally! Oh my god. As if divine power has heard me swearing up a storm in my head, the doors closed just as that thing was due. Soon the elevator, the blasted thing, is headed up. God, how many times did we kill him? Like 6? And
Let's talk about it.
This is the most I've been tired my whole damn life. Not during training when my superior asked me to drop 100, not after a stakeout, but after smashing a fucking elevator button repeatedly. I slumped to the ground, worn out, but I don't even let myself feel relief again, not until I'm out of here. Still, I find myself letting out a shaky laugh.
Fuck, I should have taken the goddamn stairs.
Twice I've seen it. Thrice if I include the party, unless I'm tripping balls without realizing it. There's no doubt in my mind that this is actually happening. I don't want to believe it. But with the truth staring me in the face, it'll be stupidly to deny the reality of the matter. God, my heart is pounding right now. Ugh. Oh my god. She's so scary. I hate it. Sorry, I needed a moment. As soon as the lift hits the ground floor, I hightail it out of the building. Zeb sounded asleep when I passed by his station. However, in the face of what I've seen, everything I've faced tonight, I really can't care less who will still see me on my way out. The sooner I get away from this place, the farther the better. I'm just not sure if that also means being safe. She almost got me, damn it. The fucking thing almost had me. Shit, it was only by luck that I managed to get the fucking elevator unstuck. Had the blasted thing not worked in the last second. I need some fresh air. Fresh, breathable air that doesn't stink like death and gore all at once. I'm panicking. Christ, losing focus. I can't afford that right now. I can't lose it when Zach and Rebecca might be in trouble as well.
Remember your training, Frey.
Another deep breath, and soon I'm starting the engines and driving off. After that little incident, somewhere open would be good. Someplace I won't get trapped. Luxburn Park brings a welcome relief, though only by some. The chill that has seeped into my bones is still there, furling and unfurling underneath my skin. If I don't move, if I don't busy myself with anything, soon my brain will go haywire. It's the last thing I want to happen when there are plenty of things to do. But this already answers all of it, doesn't it? Those deaths. Just how many copies of the letter are out there? Isabella can't be the only one if other people are also getting cursed. Could it be that the one she has shown us is just one of 5? Maybe even more. That whole pass us to 5 people business is ridiculous. But at this point, is it still? All in all, I found 2 deceased people who might have read the letter. 4 if we count Cooper as well as Isabella. And that's the only with what I can find right now. I've no idea how the contractors and the specialists hired from the outside the company are doing, if they're in any way affected. How many more people are suffering? How many are missing? How many are dead? Can I still blame the Wrights for this? If anything, they might be in danger as well. I don't think I can wish a curse upon anyone, no matter how big of a douchebag Luke Wright is. There's also that woman. How do we get out of this mess? How do we get away from her? Shit, still so many things we need to look into. Yet all my body wants to do is pace. Burn out whatever excess energy there is in me.
I'm not going crazy, am I? I saw that. I'm pretty sure I saw that. I didn't inhale anything weird. Just shit. Shit.
Well, yeah. I would be sweating bullets too. Of course, the panic soon passes, replaced by another tense silence as everything sinks in. The awareness of a much bigger trouble looming over me. Us. We're in deep shit, and it has finally caught up and hit me like a ton of bricks. Because Isabella has been warning us since day one, and I'm the first person who brushed it off. Suddenly exhausted, I slump down on a bench and bury my face in my hands as every regret bears down on me. Right? Oh man, if you died 6 times, if your life was a video game and you died 6 times in a row. And in the stillness of the park, a plea slips out.
Isabella, what am I supposed to do? Tell me, please. Well, I didn't sign up for that. Thinking about it won't change anything, though. She's just toying with our lives.
She's dangerous if we don't do anything about her and this curse. We'll definitely be pushing Daisy soon. Also, I just realized I'm muted. I'm not sure how long that happened for.
I was wondering about that.
I can't.
A little bit
Sorry, go ahead.
after I was gonna say a little bit after Ash was speaking, and after he woke up in the park, after he had his little thing.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Not too long. Not too long.
I can't let what happened to Isabella happen to the others as well. You missed my sweet commentary about how no one will ever listen to the scientists.
No. Also, no, they don't. It's tragic.
I've dallied on this long enough. Left all my friends in harm's way after the warnings they've given me. I do admit I'm afraid. Oh no! Luke says I was muted for 5 days. But beneath the terror, adrenaline keeps me running, compels me to take action. To do something, I still have 2 other people I need to check with. Isabella would definitely get tizzy if I don't check on them. God, I should have listened to Isabella. Maybe I don't need to outright believe her, but I should have listened. Maybe she wouldn't be... There's no point dwelling on what ifs and should haves. I can't do anything about the past. What I should be caring about is what might happen. That I can do something about. With one last sigh, I start my car and slowly pull off the parking lot. Zach has already been warned yesterday. I trust him not to do anything stupid. Rebecca, on the other hand, we ended on a bad note last time. Might as well mend things with her first. Cold Luxborn air meets me upon slipping out of my car. Not unusual in itself, this is what Luxborn's weather is supposed to be. A bit cold and damp for the most part. More often than not, terribly drab with an occasional sprinkle of rain every few hours. The sky's still clear, but I'll give it a day or two before the weather takes a turn for the worse. I've complained about the awful rains for years, despite having lived here my entire life. I have to admit, though, seeing it return to the usual feels extremely reassuring. At least something's still normal in the world, when I can no longer think the same thing for the situation we're in. A nightmare. That's probably what this all is. Usually I'll say I've been through worse, but that's simply another lie I've told myself, isn't it? I've fed myself a great deal of lies through the years, just so I won't have to think about it the next day. Maybe we won't even have this problem if I hadn't been running away and ignoring things. Hiding them someplace no one will see. Because I've since believed doing so is a show of weakness. Sir, expressing your emotions is not a weakness. Z-Man has shown me photographs, mentioned weird things happening around him these past few days. I know, Zach's gonna disappear tomorrow.
Spoilers!
Bottom line, he likely knows as much about this as I do. Why else would he approach me? The guy who knows stuff, according to him. In the end, all I've done is give him the brush off. Some reliable guy I am. Man, there hasn't really been very many dialogue choices like last time. But you know, everyone's dead, so That makes sense.
Right.
Hell, Rebecca's probably in the same boat, grasping for anything that might provide an answer, a way out of this. What can any of us do when all of us lacks any understanding of what's happening? One thing's clear about this, however. That thing is after us because of that letter. Isabella's accident might as well have been that ghost's doing. Both Rebecca and Zach have seen it. She will go after them as well. Yet here I am, walking up to Becca's door, one slow step at a time. A stalling tactic to allow myself some time to put this mess in my head in a better order. How to phrase this when there's a 90% chance she's still pissed about a whole different matter. It's the only reason I didn't check on her last night. I'll only alarm her by showing up in her home in the middle of the night, acting like a babbling lunatic. And her anger can last quite a while. These past years, it seems the only one she has been able to easily forgive us is Isabella. I kind of wish she's here to help me talk to her. I run my hand through my hair and straighten out my jacket before knocking. Once, twice, and 3 times just to be sure Becca has heard me, even if she's asleep. She's usually awake by now, though.
Hey, Becca, it's Ash. Open up. Don't tell me you're still in bed.
She's at the library dying. Seconds tick by. No answer from her. Dread has started to creep up. I've been trained to handle dire situations, but the feeling has been doing that quite frequently since last night. My mind begins to anticipate the worst, and in the next minute, concern has mixed in with my thoughts, and I bang my fist on the door, louder this time. She'll definitely be livid, but I'd rather face her wrath than a dead body.
Becca, it's Ash. There's something we need to talk about right away. Open up, I know you're...
Your girlfriend left early this morning, pretty boy. So if you could do us a bloody favor and shut up, that'd be real fucking polite.
They're both the same. I think they're both the same voice actor. My hand pauses short of landing another heavy knock.
I would love if it was Luke, though.
Right? From the other unit, Rebecca's other neighbor peeks in through his door, though I see nothing but a bundle of blankets. I'll say they need help from being devoured by their sheets, but it sounds like he's just fine. He's a huge asshole, too. Course of action. So people like him won't ruin your day? Act like the nicest person on the planet. Has done me wonders when I was a rookie patrolling the streets. No need to match his temper.
Oh, did she say where she was going?
I don't know. She said something about meeting someone or something. Well, what am I, her keeper? You know, some people want to sleep in on a bloody Sunday, so keep it down. Just looking forward to this weekend. Thanks, you damn git.
Well, there's no need to be an ass about it. I'll get out of your...
He slams the door shut without warning, but not before muttering a string of very colorful words at me. Probably thinks I won't hear him inside the 4 walls of his apartment.
Jerk.
And at the end of it, a sigh. So Rebecca's not here. I must have missed her by an hour or so. But at least she's not alone. She should be safe in theory. More so if the person she's meeting with is who I'm thinking. Nevertheless, I still can't help but worry. It's an easy thing continuing down increasingly darker lines of thought. To act brashly, to find out where she is and go straight there without deliberating on my actions first. There's Zach too, to boot. Rebecca's not alone, but I can't say the same for the big guy. A simple phone call to the both of them should do the trick. It'll ease my nerves at any rate. It's better than rushing over to Zach's place, or assuming Rebecca's whereabouts, and finding out they're not where I've guessed they should be. Assuming the worst will come next, which I'd rather avoid this early. Any other reason, I won't bother them, but an emergency begs for urgency. What do you know, I rhymed!
Yeah.
This is one, right? Even if it isn't, anxiety from concerned dulls judgment. Something I most certainly can't afford to lose at any given time, especially right now. Any means to comment will do wonders for the muddled mess my mind is already in. Pulling on my phone, I thumb through the screen until it ends up on a group with only Zach's, Rebecca's, and Isabella's numbers listed. Other people will probably say I keep too few friends when they chance on this. To some extent, it's true. I can easily name about 100 people I've been acquainted with through the years. Colleagues, blokemates from uni, neighbors, those sort of people. They all come and go. But these three have chosen to stay for some reason. Without warning or asking for anything. Unlike the others, none has Zach's kindness, Rebecca's patience, nor the sincerity in Isabella's eyes. One day, these guys are just there. Next thing I know, being with them eases it. That heavy, somber feeling lingering in the air when you stand alone in your apartment. Or something as simple as spending your day off without anyone. I'll say it's loneliness, but this carries much more depth than that. If I can help it, I don't want to lose the rest of them to some stupid curse. I've already come too close to losing one. A phone call may be the least comforting thing at the moment. Honestly, I prefer being in the same room with them right now, but I'll take what I can get. Becca first. She'll get angry at me for worrying about her. She isn't some helpless damsel in distress after all. She isn't the shy little girl I knew when we were children. We're already far from the people we were back then, but that's more than enough reason to check in on her. I don't have to imagine taking anything head on. She'll do it instead of asking for help when she needs it. I don't care if she gets mad at me, if only to know that she's fine. A ring. In the silence of the hallway, it sounds alone might as well be sharp enough to pierce through my ears. Another second passes. 2. 3. But when, on the 9th ring, it goes straight to her voicemail, a cold feeling instantly lodges in my stomach.
Rebecca Gales here. You've reached my voicemail. Sorry if I can't get to you right now. Oh, and if this is Isabella, yes, you're free to reheat the food in my fridge. Otherwise, leave a message.
Probably just busy, that's all. Though I still barely manage to keep my voice even when I speak.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
I would love if a parent called her number, like, hey, how's my student doing in class? Like, who's Isabella and why is she eating your food?
Becca will be alright. Is alright. She's safe. She's with someone. In the event that woman shows up, she'll have someone with her. Someone she'll be able to ask for help. She's safe. She can handle herself. Becca might have a fiery temper, but she knows when she's faced with something she can't handle herself. Rebecca will see my missed call and she'll call me back. Though I don't express it enough, Rebecca is someone I consider important to me. She's been my friend for the longest. Anybody else would have been fed up with me and left. The girl stuck by me, no matter how big of a jerk I've been. There's Zach and Isabella now too, of course. I'll always be thankful for having them around. The worst times before, however, Becca was there. No one believes it when I say it, but I've surely had my awful moments as a bratty kid and as a horrible teen. Issues, I've too many of them to count and refuse to deal with for a time. At least that's what Andrew likes to tell me. I tend to think nothing of it. It has mellowed down over the years thanks to the professor mostly. But at times I do wonder if it still burdens me the way it did all those years ago. After all, I was terrible, especially around the time of my parents' separation. Looking back at it now, I had no reason to direct all of my frustrations towards everyone else. While I wasn't a kid who lashed out at anyone, preferring to keep it to myself and turning those negative feelings into more productive things. I've grown distant from a lot of people because of it. From my old friends back in my old school, and the neighbors I've hung out with before moving. A habit I've likely brought with me into adulthood. I was just so angry with everyone and everything. All I kept thinking about was myself, wondering, why me? In retrospect, I was selfish, little bastard who thought the world revolved around me. That I shouldn't have been going through it. I believed my behavior was entitled, that I had the right. Tough times, but she stuck with me. Snapped me out of my little sulk, as she often phrases it, whenever she sees the chance to bring it up. She didn't tolerate my bullshit, but she didn't leave me alone either. If anything, the whole thing made her stick around. Her concern may have grown a bit too overbearing as the years went by, but she's still an old friend nevertheless. I owe her a lot. That won't change.
Damn it. Where are you, Becca?
Another message left on her voicemail. Then on my third call, I hang up. For the time being, I can't do anything more than to wait for her to return my calls. Worrying aimlessly won't get me anywhere. Zach, on the other hand. That guy attracts trouble no matter how much he tries to avoid it. Doesn't help how he hasn't been too hot lately with a lot of people. His mention of plans yesterday doesn't sit too well with me either. He might be the next responsible adult after Rebecca, out of the four of us, but I've still got to check on the big guy. Make sure he's doing okay, at the very least whatever he has planned on doing. All I'm asking for is to not be idiotic. He's a sensible guy, I'm sure. However, desperation clings and pushes people to do things. Rational or irrational, it doesn't matter. Clear thinking flies out the window the moment you're in danger, and I sincerely hope he has not found himself in a tricky situation. His phone doesn't even ring before he answers, or his voicemail at least.
Hey, it's Zach. Well, a voicemail anyway. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So, just leave a message, yeah? And no, Ash, you're not allowed to lockpick your way into my apartment again. Just do what any other decent human being does and call if I'm not around. Thanks.
Did he turn it off? Why? I don't want to assume the worst yet. Maybe he's forgotten to charge it? Can't be. The guy can be a bit of a Boy Scout. Even more than I am as a cop. He's the type who has an extra battery or a power bank in his bag if he ever needs it. And he always does. He won't say anything or brag about it, but he's got quite a roster of VIP freelance clients. He won't just leave his phone dead in case he's on the field, particularly when people will likely be looking for him. He always leaves his connection open whenever clients or his friends need him. Zach is reliable like that.
Why isn't anyone answering?
Well, yeah, but remember he brought his phone with him to the mansion. I can't remember if Ash called him or if he called Ash. But they had a conversation at the mansion. And then I had the option to leave or go inside. And we went with Time to Die. His mobile in and out of range area sounds more plausible, although the thought of it doesn't completely shake off the unease. Unlike Rebecca and I, he took the time to listen to what Isabella had been saying. And even if he didn't believe it, he was definitely the first one to offer help or try to do something. If he ends up trouble doing whatever it is, so help me, I'm going to... Well, I can't be rash. I'm aware of that. Been running the same reminder in my head since last night. But if something happens, I'm certain my reaction won't be pretty. The added guilt from those times I've repeatedly dismissed him will surely haunt me.
Yo, Zach, call me back, alright? I wanted to check in and, yeah, just please call me back.
It's usually a joke between us when I say he's the Watson to my Sherlock. I don't see him as some assistant to put aside until he's needed, like some people like to believe, though. He's not some pity friend I keep around to make myself look good.
If anything, he's the one who stayed by me out of pity.
Zach's the one who puts up with me most of the time, even when he doesn't need to. It's not a case of a cool cop who helped out a minority. In truth, I was a hard-headed, hot-tempered, and reckless rookie, up until I met him. It wasn't anything sudden, and some part of me is still that rookie. But I've grown, thanks to him. He tempers that part of me. Considering how our first impressions went, I'm lucky he stuck around. Becca and I may have spent a lot of years together as children, but Zach, he's probably the closest thing I'll call to a best friend. Though it's more than that. A camaraderie no words can express. He has my back, and I'll always have his. He's a brother I've never had the luck of ever having. Only child and all.
And I have every reason to worry about my brother.
Becca's neighbor did say she went out to meet with someone. No specific names. If I'm wrong, and she's not with Professor Clark, then maybe it's with Zach. They've never been close, but it's not the kind of awkward friendship where meeting together remains out of the question. Regardless, I continued dialing for his phone another 3 times like I did with Rebecca's. In the end, after the 3rd attempt with no answering, I stopped and cut the call with a ragged exhale.
Waiting game it is then.
I've been trained for those. Hell, I'm used to them. Just not when it comes to people I'm close to. Much as I keep reminding myself to maintain a level head, it's a whole different matter when it's someone you know. It's only an accident, but with what happened to Isabella has proven that. Personal feelings will likely get involved at some point. It's starting now, actually, with the anxious strings coiling and uncoiling, causing racket inside my stomach. It annoys me that all I can do right now is grit my teeth and trudge back to Isabella's apartment. Useless. That's what I am in the face of this. A mad dash around Luxborn and Anselm isn't going to help things. It's not like I'll simply stumble across them on the side of the road during a drive. The city's too big a place for one person to go searching for only 2 people.
That'd be like finding a needle in a haystack.
With one last frustrated glance towards the open skies, I prepare myself for the long wait. I might have already grown used to this, but the waiting will always be the hardest part. More so when it's the people you care about. And sure enough, boredom strikes minutes later, followed close by anxiety. I need to be doing something. But what? I've already gone through those papers from BRC last night. Twice, in fact, and I'm still at a dead end. If Rebecca were here. Hell, if only Isabella is here. Unconsciously, my attention drifts towards the closed door of her apartment, and it hits me the second my eyes land on it. Split second of an idea. I didn't bother looking into this because all this time I've assumed it's an accident. The Cooper died. Isabella would have most likely received all the files for the Ermengarde mansion. In fact, she might not need to. They were partners, right? It's no longer a trainee-mentor thing. They both likely have the same copies of the documents. She might still be keeping some in her room. Something hasn't been able to give us because of the accident. However, immediately after the thought forms, guilt also rears its head. The fact that I'm thinking about breaking into her apartment leaves an uneasy twinge in my stomach. It's wrong. All of it is wrong. Inappropriate on so many levels of propriety I adhere to. If she's here, I won't even consider this. Really now. But if she's here, will she allow it? My gaze falls back to the door. It's as if the thing's inviting me. One thing's for sure, however. Knowing her, she'll do any possible means if it'll save her friends from this curse. She can be stubborn like that sometimes, and it's easy enough to harden my resolve. So, muttering a silent apology to her and swallowing my guilt, I reach up for my bobby pins and begin my work on the lock. In under a minute, the knob clicks, and I quietly slip into her apartment. Whatever I am to find at the end of this, I hope it'll point me in the right direction. Despite her aunt having brought most of her personal stuff to the hospital, her room's still a mess of things she has accumulated over the years. Papers, instant noodle cups, photographs, and posters all over the room. No matter where you look at this place, this place simply has Isabella written in on it. Just 5 years and she's left this big mark in our lives. I'd be lying if I say her presence didn't change a lot of things. In Zach, in Rebecca, and in me. However, there's no time to reminisce about all this. As nice and nostalgic those memories are, there's still work to do. Things to find, if there's even any in here. I won't know that by simply standing here acting nostalgic. Wasting no time, I head straight for her study table, where a chaos of papers and folders clutter the top. There are instant noodle cups still, plus a few empty pens and crumpled papers littering the table. All points of interest in the room, but my focus veers on the laptop first. No malice intended. I'm simply looking for work files. Besides, I doubt she has anything to hide in. That's exactly why Isabella has always worn her heart on her sleeve. Genuine, uninhibited, open, and free. While it has often gotten her into all sorts of trouble, her candidness, that wholehearted look she always displayed and carried with her are things I will never have a reason to doubt. Others will say it's her warmth that draws people to her, or her cheer. Neither are wrong, but neither is the whole truth to her either. Because those who has never bothered to look beyond the surface will never see it. See her. See someone earnest. Someone who has always meant well, albeit her underlying stubbornness. See how she loves. An affection that is altogether both warm and steadfast and unflinching. In many ways, for a lot of reasons, she's the kind of person I want to be around with. Who made me feel I am still worth something. You never meet many people like that, not in my line of work. Always with something to hide, always with something to lie about. Eventually, when you meet too many of them, you change too. You become like them. Perhaps the biggest thing I regret about this, I never had the chance to change that before she. The laptop finally boots up and loads the operating system, although as soon as it does, I'm greeted by her password screen. For a few minutes, I try my hand at a couple of obvious ones she might use. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A bunch of zeros. Password 1. QWERTY. Admin. Cinnamon rolls. None of it works.
At least she knows not to use the most common ones.
This adds a new layer of a problem. Though knowing her, she must have written it somewhere. Way to break into your friend's stuff. Not in the mess of papers here, but someplace she can quickly check. It's probably something she'll bring with her, not necessarily a diary, but close to one. I've noticed one on her person several times. Never saw its contents, but I've seen her regularly write on them while waiting for a meal in a restaurant or during lulls in a conversation. I just hope she's left where she's written her password somewhere here. It's the drawers I start with, from the bottom one. It takes a while going through the pile in each of the 3 layers, the bottom 2 yielding nothing but old records she's been keeping. The 3rd one, though, yields one closer to what I'm looking for. All the pages have already been filled.
Probably why she dumped it here.
Carefully flipping through each reveals notes from a meeting with a client. Sometimes there are doodles at the edge of pages, others taking up an entire spread. All old ones, and nothing of use to me right now. But on the last page, on a sheet folded in half, opening it reveals a doodle of the 3 of us. Zach, Rebecca, and me, from how we looked upon 4 or 5 years, give or take. At the bottom, the words scrawled in a neat script after a few telling erasures. 707 Devlin 2011. Despite myself and how dismal everything going on at present, a laughter slips from my lips. Uninhibited, without care for who might hear. 707 Devlin Court. I remember handling that case from 5 years ago. Even got a recommendation letter from Inspector Abigail and a promotion to Detective Sergeant after wrapping it up. Some morbid case of a dead husband being stuffed in a sofa by his own wife. And at the heart of it, Isabella. Fresh off the boat, selling the first property assigned to her. Some sick sense of humor the universe must have, huh? Though in hindsight, if all that shit didn't happen, the 4 of us wouldn't even be together. I wouldn't have met her. Yet in the end, I can't even tell her. Instead, choosing to hide behind teasing words and friendly jibes because I'm a coward, who can't even convey his feelings properly, who can't even face the person he's become. Granted, it's not yet too late for her. She may still recover, but now there's only regret.
A badge, a gun, and I can't even protect my own friends.
To other people, these just might be a series of letters, but to us, to the people pictured on this page, they mean a whole different story. Apparently, it also means a great deal to her. One sentiment that goes far beyond some sense of nostalgia. Enough to use it as a password for her own laptop. Sure enough, it works, and soon I have access on all of her work files. Nothing significant, though. Nothing I haven't already found last night. Perhaps the most noteworthy out of everything is the log she's left that night. She has taken note of every client who attended the open house and worked on the mansion, even the outside contractors. Although for what purpose? I have no idea. Should I have also looked into those last night? They didn't seem that important, though. If anything, I'll get the more looking into the deaths of those employees than some random people. Adding these clients to my list will only broaden my scope. But what if Isabella's onto something here? Like with the letter. Shit. There's no more room for regret, however.
Sup, I'm Ash from
All of a
Deluxe
sudden, my
City.
ringtone breaks
Baggers
the
watch
moment
out,
and my
can't
attention
beat
shifts
me.
towards the
Looking
source.
for trouble? Better not
Before
lie.
I can even
I'm
wallow
a
in my
cool
mistakes,
dude,
I hastily
pretty
put
fly
everything
for an
back
Asian
together,
guy.
turn off Isabella's
Sup, I'm
laptop,
Ash from
and leave the room to
Deluxe
answer the
City.
phone. Hopefully, there'll be some good news this time. Unrelated frustrations aside, once I step out of my room and accept the call, the stone that had been stuck in my stomach simultaneously lodges itself up my throat. The person on the other side of the line isn't who I'm expecting.
Right, Eli Trey, right? It's Officer Rance over at the precinct. You know, you bring me donuts to keep an eye out for you and shit.
Oh, Yeah, right, Renz, what's up? You've, never called me through this line before. Is this something urgent?
Yeah, kinda. Something came up this morning. You know the big guy? Your, buddy? The bloke Benjamin saw drop by here a few days ago? Big guy. Around 6 feet tall.
Zach?
I don't feel too good about this.
Yeah, him. Zachary Steele, I think.
What about him?
He's been detained and
Wait, what?
What do you mean he's been detained?
they brought him in this morning.
That's not what I asked. What are the charges?
I don't know. Not my division. I'm not really supposed to be on the phone right now, but I thought you want to know. Anyway, I gotta go. If you want to see him, just drop by. Not sure how that'll work, though. The chief has a standing order not to let you into the precinct until Monday.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up. I'll bring you some coffee to go with those donuts, too, next time.
The call ends with a click while I'm left reeling, staring blankly at my phone.
What the hell did you do, Zach?
Still no word on Rebecca either. Looks like a trip to the precinct is in order today. I might as well make sure the big guy is okay. What other choice do I have? Sighing, I lock the door to Isabella's apartment, and within 5, I'm on my way to LPD. At least I know where Zach is now. That explains why he's not answering his phone. How did he get himself into this mess? He said he had a plan that might help. But if it's gotten into enough trouble to get himself in a cell, I don't think I like that plan of his. And hell yeah, I'm mad. I'm obviously furious. I doubt Zach will get himself arrested because of an actual crime. Whatever stupid stunt he pulled to get it there isn't any better. The only good thing today so far is the fact that the streets are nearly empty, so early on a Sunday morning. Very few pedestrians and virtually no other car on the road to get in the way of me rushing to the precinct. Then the speed limit, of course. A whirlwind of activity welcomes me as soon as I waltz into the LPD HQ. Fellow officers running here and there, pushing around paperwork and answering calls. It's almost Halloween and troublemakers are abound. Calls about pranks gone wrong make up most of it this time of year, along with the occasional altercation or missing dog. Some of the other officers who work with me look up from their desks and wave, though none of them move to stop me like I'm expecting. Standing order my ass probably didn't last a whole day, although I'd like to have a chat with them sooner or later about official matters. I'm not here for them right now. Of course, it never hurts to see what they have for me. The best person to ask for details in this precinct is the guy behind the booking window. He glances up at me when I approach, then immediately returns to his task, indifferent. Not that I need his full attention. As long as he talks, I'm good.
Hey, I heard there's a new guy in the holding cells.
Not many people here know Zach. If they've seen him, they don't pay too much attention. I try to keep my work and personal life as far away from each other as I possibly can. Each one of them is quick to chat, gossip, and be the one to talk about the new detainee and have everyone's attention.
News flies fast, huh? They just brought him in this morning.
Any info on him?
Dang it.
Got his ass handed by some rich bloke's bodyguard. Or butler. Whatever. When we got to the scene, he's already been strung up and ready for pickup. Hard to imagine how a guy like him could have been taken down. But the butler has this creepy air to him. I'd rather not ask. Feel sorry for the bloke. He could have fought back.
But I know Zach wouldn't hurt a fly. He's not the kind of person, knowing he might be in a bad state. Whatever little anger I've built for him on the way here dissolves into thin air.
Has he been booked yet?
No, still sleeping. Creepy butler probably hit him hard.
Which is a good thing. If they slip up and forget, we get him a right of habeas corpus and take him out of there, depending on what he's actually being charged with. At the same time, it's bad. How long is he going to be unconscious? I'll be worried about the serious injury if he's out cold for too long. Whoever hurt him has a lot of explaining to do. To me.
What's he in for then? Must have been something if we got a rich fat cat involved.
There's been a murder.
It takes those 4 words to grab my attention. and for all pretense of mingling with coworkers to disappear. Soon, Chief walks up to me, not looking too happy bringing this news.
Another one of those awful ones with writing all across the walls. This time, though, we caught somebody. Your friend, Steele, wasn't it? I do hope you're not involved in any of this fray.
What? Hold on, Zach wouldn't... There must be some sort of confusion here. I really have no idea what you're talking about, Chief.
I really don't. For a second, the thought of him being found dead made my blood run cold. Zach, just there, lying on the ground, still and lifeless. I have to remind myself that he's still alive and in lockup. I can't imagine how Zach can be connected to a murder otherwise. The guy won't even harm anyone, even if his life depended on it.
Picture this, then. In the early hours on the 13th of October, just this morning, a man is woken from his slumber by noise in the next room. With the intent of reprimanding what might be a housekeeper, he stumbles out of his bed and sees not one of his staff, but a trespasser breaking into his home. That, already, is a bad thing. But imagine seeing that trespasser standing over his bleeding wife. Just think about it. It's not a happy sight.
What? There has to be a mistake. This is Zach we're talking about.
We finally got our perp, but at what price? I still can't believe it turned out to be Steele. I know he's your friend, Frey, but it doesn't look good. The media's already caught wind of these killings. You better believe everyone, the higher-ups, the government, the media, just everyone will want someone going down for those crimes.
So they're just gonna pin it on somebody innocent? Stupid.
Unless something definitive proves that he's not guilty of these crimes, well...
People are ignorant. They'll feel better as long as someone is punished.
I know Zach. He wouldn't do such a thing.
You may think that, but it's up to the court to decide whether he's guilty or not. If you're so sure of his innocence, perhaps you'd like to help him get a lawyer. He's going to need a good one.
Shouldn't there be a public defender assigned to him already?
Oh, we tried. We really did. Called every PD in Luxburn, but they kept making up excuses. Conflict of interest, claims they can't represent the defendants effectively. Really, it seems like nobody wants to go against Luke Wright and the prosecution.
Of course it's Luke Wright. Who else can it be? The guy is just everywhere. Has his eggs in every basket, and his fingers in every cookie jar. Is there a scheme in Luxborn he doesn't have a hand in? I don't even realize it, and my utter disbelief that I've slammed my fist down on the table beside me. Just shaking, with anger, rage, and even a smidge of fear. But knowing what all of this entails, what Zach might be facing, though there's no capital punishment, being declared guilty of homicide is basically a life sentence with a 30-year minimum term at the very least. I don't think someone like Wright would be lenient and offer him a plea deal for 25 years. Even if he got parole, well, let's face it, people would only see a murderer. He'll have a hard time getting a job again, for starters, unless he gets acquitted. The fact that he's going against one of the most influential men in the city, he's going to need the best of the best to go against the worst of the worst.
I'm sure defense attorney Anna Davis is up to the challenge. What are the charges?
2 counts of breaking and entering into private property. 3 counts of homicide with the murders of Rose Cooper, Father Norman Lee, and now Hannah Wright.
Shit. He's looking at a fine worth 5,000 pounds and 6 months in jail for each count of breaking and entering. I know Zach doesn't have that kind of dough. Well, that's where I come in. I may be stingy with food and all-around cheapskate, but that sort of thing doesn't apply when my best friend needs a helping hand. I can't do much about the jail time, though. But if he's getting pressed with murder charges, it's a whole different story that comes with its own set of problems. The thought of a big guy in jail framed for something he didn't do, I just can't keep still about it. I can't keep calm.
This is just bullshit! I know Zach. He's not that kind of guy. Wright, on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if he's involved. And if he is, I swear he...
But I need to keep myself together, for Zach's sake. Especially when the chief has such a grave look on his face. Although I can see it in his eyes that he understands. We both know we're bound by the rules and the laws.
Luke Wright will be coming here to give his testimony. I advise that you refrain from any remarks that he might consider slanderous. If Steele really is innocent, we'll find out during investigation.
That never happens. Because usually people are proven innocent after they've been convicted. Which is stupid.
Of course, you won't be handling this case. And you are not going to be involved in any of it except as a character witness if you wish to volunteer. We're both already in a lot of trouble as it is. It'd be best to behave for now. Is that understood, Frey?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
There is due process to be followed. Hopefully, just maybe, justice will be served rightfully. We'll just have to hope for the best in the investigation. Because people lie, evidence doesn't. If Zach is really innocent, which I know he is, the evidence will show that. Besides, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. Yeah, but a lot of times the evidence that proves somebody's innocent isn't even brought into court. Sorry, I'm just like really bitter about our justice system. Like, there's a whole bunch of people that are in jail and are innocent, and they're proven guilty like decades later. And now the Supreme Court said that any evidence found after being handed a verdict is inadmissible. So you can't even like get yourself out of jail if new evidence comes up after the fact. It's so gross. It's eerie how he seems to be a different man when he walks into the precinct. A heavy air hangs about him, and he feels more subdued, contrary to the pompous and arrogant nature he displayed before. There is a dullness in his eyes as he looks around the office, as if he's searching and begging for something, someone to appear. The picture of a grieving husband. Yet, he still has his head held high despite it all, the look of a broken man who still refuses to bend. A show of pride, if nothing else, even as the person with the highest authority in the room approaches him. He makes the chief appear small in comparison.
Mr. Wright, I did hope we'd be meeting again under better circumstances. I just can't believe it had to happen to poor Anna. You just got a new house and everything too. But, I'm sorry, how are you faring?
I'm just coming to grips with it all, I suppose. It's so very sudden.
Liar, you stabbed her!
Must I really give a testimony right now?
The way he speaks, I'm almost inclined to believe him innocent of any wrongdoing. In the regards to the death of his wife, at least. Also, why is the chief, creepily smiling? He could very well be. The man didn't seem to despise his wife in those pictures Zach has shown me. The way Chief has described the scene of the crime, similar to the others, according to him. For all I know, they're being haunted by that specter as well.
We'll do this as quick as we can. Otherwise, we don't have reasonable grounds to keep the suspect in custody.
I merely feel bad for the guy.
Of course, of course. It wouldn't do to let Hana's murderer get away unpunished. I'll cooperate.
Of course, that doesn't change the fact that he's a bastard.
It's a shame there is no death penalty here. Monsters so capable of murder are lower than animals. And they really should be put down.
God damn. Despite myself, in spite of every restraint I placed upon me, upon hearing those words, I can't help but open my mouth. Chief's warning be damned. This is my friend he's fucking shitting on. Oh boy. Alright, let's try calling him out, because I don't want to tackle him.
He's innocent!
Right? I'm torn.
You don't believe he's actually capable of doing such a thing, do you? Someone else is responsible for those murders, and you want to put him down? On what grounds? What proof do you have that he's behind those deaths?
But I'm not going to let Zach go without a fight.
I saw him standing over Hana. My dear Hana. She didn't deserve death. But there she was. And I tried to wake her. tried to save her.
I was gonna say, if they did
she
the
was already
autopsy
gone.
report, it would have shown that she'd been dead before Zach showed up. So, but, you know, considering how corrupt this whole thing is, they'll probably fudge the autopsy report.
Is that not proof enough? Can I not grieve over my wife's death without being questioned?
Hannah Wright is already dead. That doesn't mean Zach has to be the one to pay the price.
Look, I'm not saying what happened to her should be overlooked. I'm telling you that Zach didn't do this. It can't be him. I know it's not him. I swear it isn't. I just need time to prove it isn't him.
Are you saying you know who murdered her?
Yes.
Maybe it's the high intensity of the situation right now. I may be just imagining it. But the way he zones in on me as I say that one word is nerve-wracking. I want to tell him the truth as I know it, to save us all some grief. Of course, the reality of it is I can't say it's a ghost. They take my badge and put me in a damn jacket.
Well, no.
With the way everyone stares at me right now, they're probably considering it already. The guy is a nutter, going against Luke Wright in the open like that. In fact, I'm already prepping myself for the shitstorm that might come my way about my outburst. Yet instead...
I understand that you're just concerned for the well-being of your friend. But unless you have concrete proof that there's another culprit in these murders, you are simply a man-child throwing a tantrum. If I were you, I'd pipe down and show some dignity befitting someone holding a badge.
I've expected more. A grand threat about how I should watch my back. But he just has a somber look about him. That did nothing to quell the burning feeling inside me. I'm still angry. My frustration about it all must have shown, because only now do I realize that the other officers have also jumped in to hold me back all this time. They didn't even let go of me, not until Wright and the Chief are out of my sight. And it's awkward going on from there. The precinct is quiet, though the usual hustle and bustle of the activity stayed. Everybody is making a concerted effort to shut their mouths about the whole scene. I wish they made the same effort to keep themselves from staring at me, though. They all want to talk about what just happened. But at the same time, they don't want to acknowledge that it did happen and refuse to even make eye contact with me. And don't give any of them the chance to talk to me about it anyway. Only leaving a stern order with the nearest officer.
Look out for Zach while he's locked up, will you?
You right? I was gonna say, Zach is gonna die soon, so he'll get acquitted anyway. That's it, I have no further business here. I have no case, no assignment, and I sure as hell am not going to stick around to see what the chief has for my bad behavior. Well, okay, we don't know if Zach died. We just know that she showed up in his jail cell. Winding myself down, I march out of this place as quickly as possible before anything else happens.
Sup, I'm Ash from D-Lux
Though before
City.
I can make it out and
Baggers,
return to
watch
my car,
out,
my
can't
phone
beat
rings.
me. Looking for
Oh, look
trouble?
at this! It's
Better
Rebecca's
not lie.
goodbye!
I'm a cool dude. Pretty
A
fly
quick
for an
glance at
Asian
the
guy.
caller ID shows
Sup,
Rebecca's
I'm
name
Ash from
blinking on the
D-Lux
screen.
City.
Are you still here,
Baggers,
Alan?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Without wasting any time, I answered the call. However, the tone she assumes isn't what I'm hoping to hear.
Becca?
Hey, did I wake you up?
Ragged, a bit out of breath, there's a tinge of urgency in it. Listening to her from my side of the line makes it seem like she's just run a marathon prior to this call.
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought, where are you?
Ash, do you remember that one time?
The question catches me off, to say the least. Where is she going with this?
The... what?
Back in secondary. We joined a contest back then, didn't we?
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere.
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised.
It did happen. Not a memory I'm very fond of, to be honest. Still, a laughter escapes me no matter how embarrassing it is. that the moment is one of the few I can remember clearly in my head. I never did found where she keeps those photographs.
Seriously, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
You're being weird today, Becca. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now and...
Thanks, Ash.
What? Suddenly her voice hitches, almost as if she's in tears, and it sends every alarm bell ringing in my head. For better or for worse, something more than wrong is happening at her end of the line. Yeah, she's being haunted. That's what's happening. Regardless, I give her the focus she asks of me. I don't want to think that she is nearly pleading for me to listen. I'd like to imagine that it isn't horror and a deep underlying resignation that I hear in her voice. I'm transfixed.
Hold on, did I do something?
For everything.
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you?
Oh shit. Whatever her words mean or feelings they carry ceases to matter in this instant. They're all inconsequential when someone, Rebecca's life, might be in danger. This whole thing isn't just wrong. Wherever she is, something's fucked up. Something's fucked up is going on, and I'm here listening to it right now, helpless.
God damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
A laughter, and then the line drops dead. Oh shit! Goodbye, Rebecca. We missed you.
Becca? Rebecca!
Dread turns into terror, and the sudden pandemonium of the precinct comes rushing in all at once. Officers barking orders, the rapid tapping of foot against the floor, and people shouting for dispatch. There's a split second where I'm torn between trying to figure out where Becca is and finding out what happened to inspire such chaos all of a sudden. See, Luxborn is peaceful as cities go. If there's any crime, it's usually low-key, in and out of the public eye as quickly as they come. Things are kept private and on a need-to-know basis, unless the media catches wind of a high-profile case or if something really odd happens. Of course, there's gossip and people talk, but everybody minds their own business most of the time. So when commotions happen, people are shouting for dispatch, you know there's trouble. 2 words, broadcasting over every police radio all over the city, including one on the front desk to fire everything up.
Jumper up.
Jumper up. The emergency service unit is assembling, each one hoping that they'll be able to talk this one down. An ambulance will already have been placed on standby. The library isn't too far from the hospital. Regardless, it spurs something in my gut.
Copy that. Can we get a 1020?
A cold, hard feeling that tells me I should be there.
Jumper was spotted on the rooftop of the city library. Need dispatch immediately.
I broke into a run. The library isn't too far from the precinct. In cases like these, however, every minute counts, each second critical. A cold and cruel voice already whispers in my head. You're too late. I want to believe it isn't. I hope and wish it isn't who I think it is. Because I don't want to be someone who has been so useless in that exact moment. Frozen, useless by apprehension when I heard her speak. I know something was off. God damn it, I don't want to think it might have been her final words I'm listening to. But the horrifying possibility that what I fear is real draws everything else out. You're too late. Anything and everything in front of me are mere obstacles in my way, and I run, jump, push everything aside as I try to make a beeline for my destination. I don't even have time to let go of mindless apologies, or to explain that there's an emergency to the bystanders I've shoved aside. But even with all that... Oh my god! Oh my god, that's so hard to look at!
She's got an eye popped out there.
Jesus! Oh my god! That's so brutal! Oh.
Yeah. How did she jump in right now? That's my question.
Jumper is down. I repeat, jumper is down. We've got a 1046 to the library. Over.
I can't look.
Copy that. Can we have identification of the body?
We've got a bystander here who says he knows the woman, Rebecca Gales from the local high school.
Becca. I'll recognize her anywhere, even from a mile away, and for once this isn't a welcome fact. Jesus, her head is just mush. I have no idea. There is no way that she hit the ground and was able to write "help me" all over the place.
Right?
She died instantly. I'll recognize her anywhere, even from a mile away. Is her... Oh, I already said that. Too clear, too vivid. Her broken body lies on the sidewalk in just one big bloody mess. Her hair fans out and stands out in stark contrast to the pavement, slick with blood and redder than it's ever been. The right side of her head is caved in from the impact, and her right arm is twisted in pain. And there are those words again around her. Help me, just like the letter.
10-4. Medical personnel are on their way. Resume securing the immediate area for investigation and cleanup.
Gone.
All available officers have been dispatched for crowd control. Over.
She's gone.
We'll go. Over and out.
And I wasn't able to do a damn thing about it. Oh my god, that was so brutal! Oh. Shortly, officers moved to pull the bystanders away from the scene. People who have witnessed the fall, passers-by who just want to see what's interesting going on. Someone screaming, weeping, crying. But I can't do anything other than stare. I can't even bring myself to come closer, only stand among the crowd, just another civilian. The world has come to a standstill. Numb is an understatement. No. I feel dead inside. Isabella's still in a coma, Zach's in prison, and Rebecca's... The weight of my own failures has never felt as palpable as it did right now. One by one, everything I'm hanging onto has slipped from my grasp right in front of me. I have no idea how long I've stood there, how many seconds and minutes have passed, simply watching the commotion. All I know is the bitter taste of ash on my tongue, and the sharp tang of blood hanging in the air. Oh my god, this is so brutal! But even with the world coming off sharply to my senses, none of it registers even as an officer starts pushing me away from the scene. But I have to be there. Without Isabella, without Zach, she's the last person I trusted to stay through this. Well, she's, roadkill now. And yet, a simple show of my badge will get me through the scene. Struggling, I reach into my pocket for it until somebody places a hand on my shoulder and pulls me back gently. Despite the gesture, my annoyance still flares at the interruption. This person does not understand that I'm slowly losing everything. Everyone I've cared about. However, before I can even tell the meddler to piss off, recognition sets in, stopping me from short of snapping at Professor Clark.
Ashton, why don't we take a walk?
Professor? I'm just... Rebecca, I need to see her.
I mean, I don't know if I could look at my friend as mush on the ground.
No, Ashton, you don't. Leave it to them. You don't need to see any more of that.
He speaks in that firm, commanding tone that makes me feel like a college brat all over again. But it's that look in his eyes that makes me comply with his order, and quietly I follow. The professor really does have a way of making me feel like a child at the worst of times. Ugh, oh my god! Well, I'm not hungry anymore. I was slowly eating my pasta, but now I don't want to eat it at all. The fact that he's pulling me away from a crime scene in front of my colleagues is humiliating at best, and a cause for concern at worst. At least I don't have to endure the agonizing and awkward silence, for as long as he leads me into the cafe across the street. On an ordinary Sunday, perhaps I would have a clear view of the library from here. But the more the LPD tried to suppress the crowd and clear the area, the more they've gathered out of morbid curiosity. That did nothing to stop the image of Rebecca's bloody body popping into my head at the mere thought of her name. Burned into my mind, like the image of Isabella's unconscious form on the pavement. Like the image of the woman's sickening smile.
Why don't you get something from the menu? It's on me.
I don't know if I'd be able to eat after seeing my friend's smushed body on the pavement. Like, I definitely would not be hungry after that, that's for sure. Right? I just, no, thank you. Hard pass. Thanks for the offer, though. How you doing, Alex?
Doing alright. I might call it soon, just 'cause it's getting late over here. But this is, interesting.
Right? It's been
That was
3.5 hours.
And that was a gross scene.
It was a super gross scene.
I'm sorry, Professor. Now,
Well,
isn't exactly
have a good
a good
night,
time.
Alex. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm sorry that we weren't able to start earlier.
No. I had a lot of fun. I wish you luck with the rest of this playthrough.
I know it isn't the
Hopefully
best
not as many
time,
brains.
but you should have something, at the very least.
I'm doing Luke's route this Sunday if you can catch it.
I will try my best to be there.
Okay, bye. Have a good night. Sleep well, or try to sleep well.
You too.
A lot of scary things happen.
Yeah. I'll try. Thanks. You too.
Bye.
You look like you're about to pass out back there. Healthy mind, healthy body, right? You'll always need it in your work.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not going to be able to eat after seeing my friend's brains on the sidewalk.
I know, as a matter of fact, that their hot chocolate is exquisite here. Releases endorphins, which are good to fight off thoughts and feelings of distress. It should do you some good. A chat and some chocolate. I'm willing to listen.
Chatting and chocolate. Unorthodox in the face of death.
Why are you doing this, Professor?
I don't mean to interrogate. He has done nothing to deserve the brunt of my mood. I know he only means well and that this gesture has good intentions. More than anyone, he's the one who understands grief far longer than I've ever carried the guilt from that. So when he smiles a wistful one, I already have my answer. In the end, we simply let the silence pass us, the sorrow to hang over us. He orders for me, but the food remains untouched. For a few more hours we go on like this, silent, wordless, unable to phrase the ache that has been brought on by the loss. He does break it after his third cup, if only to check on me.
How are you feeling? You haven't touched your food.
Not good, to be honest, but that doesn't mean you had to pull me away. It's not the first time I've seen a dead body, you know.
In a typical crime scene, where the victim is a stranger, yes. But what if it's a friend?
It flashes in my mind fleetingly, still too clear, still too vivid. The iron tang of blood still lingers in my nose as if it were yesterday when I responded to that scene.
We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends.
Why don't you believe me?
She would have been the first one, and I've never forgiven myself for it.
I'd rather not talk about that, Professor.
I know you well enough, Ashton. You'll see that body, and you'll beat yourself up about it with what-ifs. Scold yourself about what you could have done to prevent it. I don't want you to blame yourself. Not when I know how awful that feeling is. It's not a healthy way to live. Don't make the same mistakes I did.
I know it's not my fault, but to an extent, is it? It is, isn't it? I'm a police officer and I'm supposed to stop things like this. To serve and protect. That's what I swore when I joined the police force, and I've got a badge, months of training, and even a gun to do it. But I can't even protect my own friends. Isabella, Rebecca, Zach. Have I been of any help to them at all? Besides, I should have kept a closer eye on them after what happened to Isabella.
Why are you telling me this?
I just want you to realize that it isn't your fault. It is not. You can't be everywhere. Cop or not, you're just one man. I was the one who called the police about the jumper. I didn't know it was Rebecca. We met earlier this morning. She asked for library privileges to access the NMRR, and I was happy to be of assistance. Perhaps, if I was with her, this wouldn't have happened. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine.
I want to tell him it's not. Ease off another guilt he's intending to carry. That the reasons are far from what he's thinking. What am I supposed to say? I'm aware he enjoys looking into those stuff from an academic point of view. How do I explain, though, that Rebecca didn't commit suicide without sounding absolutely mental? I don't even have all the pieces to the puzzle yet. Even if I feel like sharing, sitting here and talking about it is a waste of time. There's still Zach. I can't let this happen to him as well. I can't let Isabella wake up to this. I should be out there, trying to make sense of things.
Sorry, Professor, I have to go.
Ashton, wait.
I pause, looking to him. I'm not entirely sure what he has seen in my face, but all of a sudden the stern look in his eyes softens. Similar to all those years before death has become a familiar shadow. Like looking at a mirror and seeing myself it a few years from now. If we ever survive this. Ugh. I just can't shake the image of her smushed on the pavement. It's like it's so disturbing.
I was just going to say, be careful.
In the face of it, a smile is all I can offer.
When am I not?
Without another glance, I head out. Right? How is... Yeah, no kidding. Death notification is a task I avoid like a plague. Although I've known Rebecca since childhood, there are plenty of reasons why I shouldn't be the one breaking bad news to her parents. One, protocol states you're always supposed to do this in person. 2, protocol also states you're supposed to do this with a partner. And 3, I've never been good with words. But here I am, unceremoniously thrusted into the task, all because there's no other one. As expected, everything goes as well as my blunt mouth can take. Mrs. Gale's relentless sobs echo loudly through the receiver when I finish informing them, while all I can say before ending the call is an empty...
I'm really sorry, Mrs. Gales.
Before ending the call with a click and heading back inside Isabella's apartment. Her mom's voice still ring in my ears even as I leave it in the hallway behind me. Here, though, there's only stillness, heavy, deafening, and suffocating. Wordlessly, I take the empty space on the edge of the bed. Despite how peaceful this all seems, the gravity of that news has hit hard. It's in the dense air now lingering the room. It's in the deafening silence left by the absence of this room's occupant. Most of all, it's in the heavy feeling that has made its home at the pit of my stomach. Becca's the last person I need to account for. Damn it. Although Zach's in a holding cell right now, he's safe. Where did it all go wrong with her? I've almost lost Isabella. How could I make the same mistake again?
What do I do now?
It's a question I've been dreading to ask myself, if only because I don't have an answer to it, uncertain as I am. How many more close calls do we have to go through? How many deaths do we have to witness? How long can we keep this up? We're bound to break at one point. No normal human being with a sane mind can last like this. Losing people important to them one by one, right in front of them. I don't even know how I can keep myself safe. Quietly, I reach for the papers I brought with me, sifting through the pages before laying them all out on the table and getting down to business. All at once, everything we brushed off, carelessly ignored, and rudely dismissed have been laid out for close scrutiny. Zach's encounters with the woman in his dreams, Rebecca's close brushes with death every time she appears, the dread, the fear, the terror she brings out, even in the bravest of us. Everything. Because no matter how bleak this all seems, there must still be a way out of this. There has to be. Logic be damned. Or at least that's what I'd like to believe. Yet even as the cold morning light shifts to the warm hues of late afternoon, and eventually night, none of this seems to make a fucking damn sense. Darkness has fallen and I'm still nowhere near figuring things out. If anything, I'm more at a loss than we've ever been before I even started this. Next thing I know, frustration rears its ugly head and the sheets of paper I've been holding smacks the table harder than I've intended. The sound of it echoes loudly in the small room and I simply fall silent. Along with it is a release of another long-held breath. Perhaps the 100th since this morning.
I'm not getting anywhere useful with this.
I'm also missing a lot of things here. There's still a gap, a huge one. Somehow, even with all this information in hand, it still feels like there's something I'm overlooking. All I have to go with is the letter, and all the stuff selfish people have been keeping from the public. But what else? Where's this all started? The Ermengarde mansion? Will bringing the letter back there fix everything? Fuck. How do I? The mansion's a private property now. Can't just waltz in there. I'd rather die before I even think of begging Wright to let me in and investigate the place after what he did to Zach. Not gonna happen over my dead body. One thing's very clear after these last 2 days, however. We're not safe anywhere, and I have to act fast if I want to keep Zach alive. We can't keep running away. Sooner or later she'll get us like she did with Rebecca, and she almost did with Isabella. But before that happens, I have to put an end to this. Sighing, I stand up and stretch out the kinks in my back. After several hours of sitting, I've been at this for far too long. A break is needed. Time to let everything sink in, or else I'll burn out. I know I will. And it's another thing I cannot let happen when there's still another person counting on me like this.
Maybe I should check in on Zach.
Oh shit. rest of it never makes it out of my mouth as something heavy and grating sounds in the far end of the room. A harsh booming noise rendering through my eardrums. All at once, I'm on my feet while I quickly palm for my gun on the table. So, it sounds like somebody's scratching on the inside of something. However, before I can pull it up and remove the safety, the whole racket stops. Stillness descends in the room, and amidst the sudden hush, I sweep an anxious glance around the room. I don't know. I'm starting to think he doesn't have a house. He just lives in his car and at other people's houses. So much for a break. There's no time to pause now. Quickly, I gather up the documents I've been reading through. But before I can even finish, another noise ups the tension, already gripping the place. Oh boy, I almost don't want to hit the button. Oh no! I don't want to! Oh my god. Suddenly the lights go out and the vortex at the end of the room rattles as if something inside begs for freedom. Cautiously, eyes glued to it, I take a step forward and I release the lock from the bell. I'm no trigger-happy person. I'm not even sure if this will work on the ghost. But right now, its smooth surface against my palm, the trigger on my finger, there's the closest thing I have to relief as I burst across.
Who's there?
No answer, and the ruckus continues. In 2 deep breaths, I crossed the room and stood in front of the closet. What is it? Whatever's inside has yet to stop thrashing. Instead, it has now moved to banging at the door, louder and louder, longer and louder. Another shallowly breathing breath. I glance at the door, only exit. Exhale. Something creaks. Then, in the next moment, I'm grasping at the handles and swinging the doors wide open to reveal... Oh, Jesus. Nothing. I hate this! Right away, I part the clothes hanging on it, and still nothing. No ghost. No woman. Not a single trace of who is ever inside. Oh, Jesus, I need to save or I'm gonna have a heart attack. Confused, I glance back around the room, a frown on my face. The noise has finally stopped, but I'm quite sure it isn't in my imagination. Or maybe it is, and I'm just too strung up that my head's now making things up. Whatever the case, I need to get out of here as soon as possible. This only confirms we aren't safe anywhere. I have to warn Zach. Without bothering to close it, I move back ready to leave, adrenaline now coursing through every vein in my body. In the next second, I'm grabbing the papers off the table and... I'm sent sprawling on my back as something cold catches my ankle and yanks. The resulting fall knocks the wind out of me. Pain racks my whole spine to the back of my head as it collides against the floor with the force enough to dislodge my brain from the floor. A moment lasts before stars fade from my vision. Then, cold tendrils twisting around my ankles, the smell of vile rot assaulting my nose. Nauseating, sickening, a foul smell draining every feeling in my body. The moment for horrid laughter, still as unpleasant and vicious as the last time I heard it, reaches my ears and my eyes snap open. Oh my god, I did not want to be your friend, I don't want to! No, thank you! Oh my god, it's just so creepy! I hate it! No, thank you! I quit. Goodbye. Perhaps it's just inexperience, or maybe my mind's still attempting to comprehend this. Regardless, the minute my eyes land on her, the whole of my body freezes, a gun in my hand. It's in the manner her gaze pours on me, I say, a look of utter hatred and malice. From suspects, mostly murderers, she never regretted an accident.
go, you!
With one powerful tug, I yanked my foot out of her grip and scrambled back to my bed. With the span of a second, I'm gunning for the door. Into the hallway, down the flight of steps, and right inside my car. I waste no time flooring on the gas pedal the second I close the door behind me, and in a short while I'm driving out of Salem. Oh, shit. You can't hear me? Okay, I need to adjust the volumes. Hang on. I don't even entertain the thought of winding down just yet. Even as the last of the woman's painful cries fade into the night. A dreary downpour starts off Monday. Although it doesn't last for more than an hour, the dark clouds lift just after the sun peeks over the horizon. Brief as it is, the rain has significantly dampened the park's usual cheery vibe. Mornings like this often mark the start of another bad week. An arrest gone wrong, another investigation leading to a dead end, or some truly fucked up shit being called in. Like that one time I was dispatched to a scene where a guy gouged his own eyeball out and almost ate it. Ew! Was a few chews away from swallowing it, in fact. Lost my dinner that way.
Fun times.
Of course, I doubt anything can top getting cursed by a damn chain letter of all things. This is the sort of stupid thing people pass along as a prank through emails and text messages, for fuck's sake. A ghost chasing after you just puts the icing on the cake. So far, all we've done is run, snoop about, read stuff, and run again. It frustrates me to no end how I'm still no closer to an answer. Even my car reflects the state my mind is in. Photocopies of documents litter every available surface, scattered all over the place, spilling from the passenger side and into the back seat, making an entire mess of what little space there is. Not that I'm any better. My last shower was 24 hours ago, and I haven't slept at all. My last meal was a slice of cold pizza I bought from a convenience store the night I broke into BRC. The way I am now, I'll definitely get a scolding. If Becca were here, she'd give me an earful and tell me to take care of myself better. Say that I'm killing myself on the job. Isabella would... Well, she would complain about how dark the bags under my eyes were getting, and about how I reek and how I need a shower pronto.
I can rest easy when this is all over.
Or when I'm dead. It's not that I can't feel the pang of hunger. With that woman chasing after you, it's difficult not to feel anything other than horror. The rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins and my desperation to survive. In fact, I can still sense the ghost of her touch from last night. Her bony digits wound tightly around my ankle, and that horrid smile she has on her as she pulls me closer. The memory's enough to send a shiver up my spine and make me antsy. Perhaps the only comforting thing about this is the sight of my gun nearby. From my dashboard, the sunlight glints off Ophelia's surface. Normally, I keep it hidden in a compartment. Luxborn police regulations only allows authorized people to carry firearms, even those that are limited. I do have that authorization. But I never really saw the need for its use, when the standard issue tasers are more than good enough to incapacitate anyone. If not, I can always throw them on their back. Those judo lessons Dad forced me to get as a kid has its uses too. On a ghost, though, all of those will probably yield the same result. They're all useless. I might as well use a stick. However, it's the feeling of ease I'm after, or what little of it I can gather. The awareness that I at least have something to protect myself with in case things go wrong. It doesn't take the edge off, though. The feeling that your whole body has been strained far beyond its capacity. Frankly, I'm already running out of steam. The only thing pushing me right now is some stubborn will to live. To survive this, not for me, but for my own sake of the people I lost. So someone will remember. A stretch is still in order, though. I've been sitting here since last night. Soon I step out from my car, closing it behind me with a thud as I take in my surroundings. The rain did wonders. The morning air feels crisper and cooler than it has ever been in the days. For once, the weather seems to be taking a turn for the normal. Luxborn normal. In the distance, beyond the buildings lining the horizon, dark clouds are bowling in.
A storm might be due this evening, give or take.
A shame for the people looking forward to Halloween tonight. I'm just not sure whether this is something I can look forward to as well. Still, I bask in the change it brings. Inhale and exhale, breathing in and taking in the peace as if it'll be my last. But, as with all good things, the quiet shortly comes to an end. My phone buzzes, halting my movements. I placed the damn thing on silent last night. It does nothing to keep it quiet as it vibrates from my pocket. I don't even know if I want to answer it right now. It has brought me nothing but one bad news after another. Thinking back about it only makes me want to chuck it into the closest trash bin I can find. Not that it'll help things, of course. Another XL slips past my lips before I pull it out, quickly swiping over the screen without checking the caller ID. I don't even bother masking the weary lit in my tone when I answer, if only to get this over with. After all, there's no one left. No one remains to worry or fret over how awful I might sound right now. Zach's been put in jail for a crime he likely didn't commit. Rebecca's gone. Dead. And no matter how many times I apologize to her, there's no guarantee Isabella's coming back to us. What's the use, huh?
Inspector Frey speaking.
Good morning, sir. Sorry to bother you this early.
Oh god, even the music's ominous.
What is this about?
It's about your friend, you know? The guy I called you about yesterday, the one they put in the night before. Zachary Steele.
His hesitant note does nothing to diminish the lump that has suddenly lodged itself in the base of my throat. What are the chances? What are the chances that something went wrong while I'm not looking? While I'm out here chasing ghosts of all things?
How is he? Is he doing okay?
We actually have a problem, Detective Inspector.
Hasty assumptions aren't a usual fare in my book. That shouldn't change right now. The precinct is secure. It's supposed to be. They have guards manning the station 24/7. If anything happens, all Zach has to do is shout and someone will be there for him. Yeah, unless they're racist. Even if it's a phantom going after him, he should still be safe. He should have been. Yet none of these reassurances will allay my suspicion. And whatever little thread of hope I'm hanging onto frays slowly as each second of silence passes by. An expectation so deep, faint, I might as well just let it go and prepare myself for the worst. It's a feeble attempt at optimism I will never get used to. This is out of my depth. This isn't my forte. Zach's, maybe Rebecca's too. Never mind. Hell, this is the kind of mood Isabella has always unknowingly brought with her. What her eyes often conveyed, what I've often found myself searching in her whenever I look into them. But no matter how many times I repeat any words of comfort or calming images inside my head, the hollow chill at the base of my stomach refuses to ease. Even my voice shakes when I urge Officer Rains to speak again, gruff and unsteady. The only thing keeping me standing is the fountain's solid support behind me when I stumble back.
Officer Renz, right? What happened? You're supposed to keep an eye on him, yeah? It's protocol.
Your friend, sir, he's... I think it'd be better if you just saw it yourself, sir. This isn't something you should be hearing over the phone. Chief Inspector Lee wants you to report in as well. It's about the case Luke Wright filed yesterday, and...
The rest never registers. Rather, my brain refuses to acknowledge any of it. Not even the possibility that this might just be a terrible joke. All I can think of is suffocating dread around the piercing noise and white deafening ringing in my ears despite the park's morning hush. There is only Zach. Only the whole expanse of Luxborn separating me from the only person I believe I have left in this world. This whole fucked up situation we found ourselves in, along with the voices, vile ones. Whispers that taunt, jeer, and mock. Each vague utterance, relentless as I slid back into my car and drive off. Body on autopilot, mind in a daze. In this city of 68,000 strangers, I'm afraid, deathly afraid, that I have lost someone in my life again. The whole precinct is in an uproar. Officers move in and out from the main work hall with rapid steps. Phones blare loudly from the comms room, and calls are being made from the dispatch area. The rest who has been left standing watch the whole commotion with nervous energy. Further back, the chief's voice booms above the uproar. I'm not even shocked. He may appear like a monk who grew up in this dimension. He has something to happen with his transformation. By his own reason, right under his nose, has the right to the world.
What do you mean you don't know? Don't give me that shite, Sergeant! How can one person, slip past you? You can't even keep an eye on one man!
His statement gives me pause. Am I wrong? Did Zach escape somehow? I'm not condoning it. Neither do I believe Zach's capable of doing, let alone thinking of it. But if it's what happened, I'll be equally as cross as the chief. This won't help his case. This will only complicate things with Wright, and put the both of us in a tight spot. I won't be able to help him once red tape prevents me from doing so. Yet a hint of relief still watches over me as I walk closer to my boss, mentally preparing myself for whatever reprimand he's about to dish out.
What's happening, Chief?
Except he merely glances at me with an inscrutable expression. Although if I'm going to read deeper into it, I'll say it's the closest expression he can get to shooting me a pity. For the first time in my years in the force, I find myself wishing fear for him. Whatever that stare means, it can't be good. Coupled with Officer Rand's tone this morning, it does nothing to calm the uneasy feelings. Fuck. Lost these relieved. After the last few exchanges we've had this past 2 weeks, I think the man doesn't want to see me right now.
About time you got in here.
I got caught up in something. Sorry, Chief. What's going on? Is there a problem with Zach?
He hesitates for a second before his frown eases along with a long, dragged exhale.
I'm not sure if you can call this a problem, Frey, but I'll let you be the judge of that. Follow me. And you! I want your full report about this by the end of the day. It better be good or you are kissing that badge goodbye.
The officer he's addressing, the sergeant, a man in his late 20s to 30s, who transferred here last year, shrinks back in his chair. I don't quite remember his name. I've only seen him quite a number of times since I'm often out of the precinct. But if my memory serves me right, he's the guy currently assigned to late night shift, at least until this month ends. Depending on how bad this is, he'll either be given a verbal warning, a suspension, or dismissal. It's not a position I envy right now. Although there's really not much left to feel sorry for. As soon as Chief's done roasting the other officer behind this guy, he gestures straight towards the and it's as if a switch has been turned off. The moment he steps away from the small crowd, the entire main mob comes. For one reason or another, it feels like everyone's simply waiting for another horrible hammer to fall. Even their stares before we turn to an adjacent hallway exhibit the same pitying vibe as the Chief's. All of which I might have easily ignored any other day, people here can be a bunch of gossip mongers. It's only the significant glance that she throws my way before pushing the door open and stops me. Not that there's even a need to mull it over, because the moment he swings it open, it strikes me. A sharp, dry, metallic scent. I've already grown familiar of it over the years. It's another one of those things you'll have to get used to once they start handing you homicide cases. Zach's dead! It sounds like they're taking pictures. Now just a whiff of it tells enough for me to gauge the severity of the situation. This isn't the festering smell you get when someone in the room is fleshy. It lingers far too much in the air. It hangs far too heavily from where I stand. This is what you get when there's a large pool of it. This is what you get when no one bothers you for 2 hours. This is what you get when there's most certainly a dead body somewhere. I don't want to think of the who yet. There are simply too many possibilities. Too many variables unaccounted for here to form a single conclusion. However, when the chief of Luxmore Police refuses to provide answers, a chill easily fills every nerve in my body. Almost in a trance, I follow after him without asking anything, or saying another word. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm Sam Rookie again. Fresh out of training, newly instated, and still on my first homicide case. Except I didn't balk at the idea of seeing a dead body then. Now, as light flashes fleeting from the far end of the hall, while CSI documents the scene and the forensics team gathers evidence. The only thing my instinct tells me is to run. As far from here as possible. As if I don't have 10 years of detective work under my belt. It echoes inside my head like a mantra.
It's because you didn't listen.
It's all your fault. Why won't you believe me?
Over and over and over, rising and ebbing, a tidal wave of thought surging and crashing. More deafening than the thrum of my heart in shallow gases. Churning and heaving until the cell finally tests the view and records a clear look of what's inside. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's missing his eyeballs! Oh my god, that's so creepy! No! So he watched Rebecca get smushed, and now he's seeing his friend is missing his. Oh my god, that's so disturbing to look at. The whole world stands still. In one single moment, every noise, every smell, every person in the room, all ceases to matter. The second my eyes land on his prone form, there's only red. 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 Oh my god! Luke, that's a terrible joke! Luke just put, guess Zach didn't see that coming. God, that's so horrible! I mean, you're not wrong, but... Blood everywhere. On the floor, where a copious amount of it has pooled. On the walls, smeared on every crack and tile his hands can reach. On his face and shoulders, dripping from every gash and tear. Flowing from the hollow gap where his eyes should have been.
The custodial officer found him when they brought him breakfast. It was too late. He was already dead by that time. Some 3 to 4 hours, according to the blokes from forensics.
There had been a struggle, based alone on the smear pattern left on the bars and the floor, but only so much as this small cell will allow him. I can already imagine how it went down. He was likely left with no other choice, cornered like an animal at the mercy of his killer. In this cell, there would have been no escape. The only thing that would have been able to do is shout for help. Oh my god. Perhaps the same plea written on the floor closest to him. The same one left written on the pavement close to Rebecca's remains. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help that he didn't even get. Oh my god. Oh my god! Why are Zach and Rebecca's deaths so brutal? Oh, oh my god. Well, I think Luke's gonna shoot him. Because remember, I was able to talk him out of like, you know, because he had a gun pointed at my head. So we'll probably see Luke blow his brains out. Oh god, that was so disturbing! And it calls for a whole lot of questions. Not how. Logic has already flown out the window from the start. She has the means to get us. To get all of us. Bars and walls notwithstanding. The why, though.
No one heard him? Not even one from the guys on duty last night?
Because Zach's not an idiot. He would have asked for help. He would have yelled.
Oh, one of them did, but thought nothing of it.
Are you fucking serious? He was screaming for help and they didn't help him?
Then why didn't they do anything? He's just a room away!
They must have assumed your friend's just asking for attention. Henry wasn't clear on the details when I questioned him about it.
That asshole should be fired. Dude was screaming for help and he ignored it. What a piece of shit.
You've been serving in this precinct for more than a decade, though. You should be aware by now how rowdy the folks we detain here can become.
That's not an excuse not to go for cries for help.
But that's not the only problem we have here. Someone got in and out of this place without anyone noticing. Even the surveillance footage is a bust. Tech's going over it now, but I don't think we'll get anything from it. It's the same problem with that girl's case. The one who got involved in an accident over at the 13th Avenue almost a week ago. The media will have a field day when they learn of this, Frey. Keep it mum for now. I'll let you know because he's your... well, you deserve to know. The poor bloke's your friend, after all. I just don't want the commissioner hearing of this before I can tell him anything.
Well, this is gonna sound really brutal, but at least he can't be guilty of murder.
Or at least, until we've figured out how the butcher got in.
You think this is an inside job?
What else can it be? It's either that or we have a damn good criminal mastermind walking this city.
Really, I want to say something. I want to tell him that this isn't what he's thinking. That all this time, the Anselm Butcher never existed. This is a curse the people of the city has been laughing up for centuries. The way things are going, we'll simply find ourselves at a dead end. Chances are, they'll just have to find an innocent chap to blame for everything, like what Wright did to Zach. A scapegoat for things they can't explain. But how am I supposed to tell anyone? Let alone get them to believe my words. I'll sound like an idiot. They'll likely brush me off the same way I've done with Isabella's warnings. In the end, clenching my fists at my sides, gritting my teeth is all I'm able to do. Zach's lifeless face stares back at me, an accusation in them, sharp and serious. An expression that etches itself deep within my mind. Once the first officer waves us both out of the room. Another ghastly image I will never be able to forget. Just like Rebecca's bleeding corpse on the pavement. Just like Isabella's mangled body that night, barely breathing and still desperately clinging on to her life. Another memory I will probably haunt me until my last dying breath. Another regret. Chief dismisses me barely an hour later, sending me off with nothing but a light pat and another sorry expression. I'm not entirely sure if that's supposed to be reassuring, but there's plenty more to do. A lot of people to call and tell, and all of it falls on me. No matter how awful the news I bring will be. It'll be better if this comes from a person his family and friends know. Still, my body refuses any notion of movement. The thought of telling Isabella about this when she wakes up, she'll definitely be devastated. So I think I may have made the wrong choice for Isabella. Because I don't think she's supposed to be in a coma. I think she's supposed to be dead. Yeah. So I think the other choice is her being dead, but I wasn't sure. I thought getting her run over was gonna kill her, but I think it's the other one where the ghost catches her. Right? I know. Ash's route is all about seeing everyone's grisly end. So we have to have her stay at home, and then instead of having her run across the street, we were supposed to have her do the other thing, and then the ghost catches her. Yeah, and then I think that's when she dies. I don't even want to imagine what his grandparents will say. They're good, kind, warm-hearted people who have given me another family even without me asking for it. They welcomed me, invited me every time, easily reminded me of what having a home feels like. I thought I've already forgotten it. Zach's older sister will definitely show up in my apartment, though, ring my doorbell, and punch me as soon as I open the door, just like last time. She's right. I'm the kind of person who brings nothing but trouble. She's known all along that Zach should have stopped hanging out with me, warned him several times. Zach has often laughed her concerns off. I used to think that's because he enjoys the friendship as much as I do, despite a huge part of it going unspoken between us throughout the years. Did I unsettle you? I'm sorry. Now he's dead. Another person brutally taken from me. I thought I had more time. I thought he'd be safe. The shock and the grief that I felt yesterday is nothing to what I'm feeling now. Because almost every person I care about are all gone. And I couldn't do a damn thing to save any of them. I acted too late. And in the deafening silence of my car, the only thing I am able to do is close my eyes, rest my forehead against the cold surface of the steering wheel, and scream. Scream until my throat bleeds raw. Scream until my lungs burn. Scream until all that remains are the guilt and the tears. The sun hangs lower when I stumble back into consciousness. With the late afternoon, light slanting through the windows of my car and painting the city outside a vibrant shade of orange and red, it's almost as if no misfortune has befallen us. On me. But Zach and Rebecca are both gone, and with Isabella still deep in a coma, I'm on my own. Out here, alone in broad daylight, the idea still feels too palpable. Too real. It's a painful truth I have to wake up to now. She is whispering. Every day from now on. If I ever survive her curse by some awful stroke of luck. Hell, I can almost see her at the corner of my eyes, leering at me with that cruel smile of hers. I can just hear her mocking me in my head. Laughing. Why didn't she go after me first? I saw the letter before Rebecca and Zach did. Why can't she just kill me after she's finished with the others so we can be done with this?
Why? Why are you doing this? Do you even know what you're doing? How many people you've hurt? Do you even understand? Do you even realize what you've done?
But it's inane to ask questions of it. It's not even human. It doesn't understand pain. It doesn't feel guilt. It's irrational to even expect an explanation from her. Just like how irrational it is for me to reach for my gun and decide to keep pushing this. Light glints briefly on its surface as if in agreement, before I holster it, because no matter how bleak and hopeless everything appears, now the people I've lost, they won't want me sitting here. I've got to do something, if not for my sake, for theirs. I'm getting nowhere, dallying like this. I have to move. I still have one more lead I can look into. I know for a fact that Hannah Wright's death isn't Zach's doing. She also fell victim and died to the curse. It doesn't fall outside the realm of possibility that Luke Wright's under it too. I might not have much time left if so. Damn it, I've been so biased, not even thinking that the bastard might also be a victim. But during the open house with Isabella, they might have seen the letter and... Fuck.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. Some fucking detective I am.
That's likely the moment when Cooper saw it, if not earlier. If logic holds, I need to hurry there right away. And if there are answers anywhere, it would be there. It should be there where all of this fucking mess started. It's not only my life on the line here. There's someone else. What happened to my friends? I won't wish on anyone else no matter how much I loathe them. Tonight, by whatever means necessary, I have to get there. Find a way to break this damn curse. But I won't be able to do that without the letter with me. Oh boy, here we go to the mansion! The wind has already picked up upon my arrival at the Ermengarde Hospital. Somewhere the faint sound of thunder booms, filtering even through the concrete walls of the place. Those sparsely manned around this hour, the on-duty nurses' lively chatter easily fills the lobby. Some recognize and coax me into joining them, while I pass by, but all of it has been turned down in favor of rushing straight to Isabella's room. Her aunt's nowhere to be found when I slip inside. On the bed, Isabella remains still, with the constant beeping of the machines as the only sign she still lives. Same as the other day, as well as the day before that. Nothing has changed in her condition. And every single time I've stepped into this room, the sight of her weak, motionless still sends a painful pang in me. And when she wakes up, all of this will be over.
Hey, scaredy cat. Hang in there, alright? I'm going to fix this mess we're in. And once you're okay, you're buying a whole month's worth of ice cream. Wait for me.
She won't be able to answer, not yet. But I imagine her laughing at me right now, daring me to make good on that silly promise, and I will. Finding the letter among her belongings doesn't take long. 5 minutes later, I'm fishing it out from one of the side pockets of the bag Rebecca brought with her. The second night after Isabella's confinement. To think no one bothered to throw this away. I guess that's lucky. I mean, look at this thing. I won't take it seriously, even if it isn't for all the fucked up shit that's been happening. This is the sort of stupid people pass along as a prank through emails and text messages, for fuck's sake. Do people seriously make copies of this and pass them around to try and save themselves from a possible curse? That's the inane logic that could be garnered from the fact that there are multiple victims. Was Isabella not saved because she had simply shown us this one instead of sending 5 different ones? What sort of selfish person would even endanger 5 other people just to save their own skin? More importantly, what does this have to do with the mansion? There'll be time for answers later. I wasted enough time here. Quickly, I stuffed the letter back into my pocket. You know, I was thinking about this. I bet Isabella's not being haunted anymore because she's already had 6 people look at the letter. Zachary, Ash, and Becca. And then Ash, Luke, and Hannah saw it. So that's 6 people that looked at the letter. You know what's gonna be really depressing though if she actually does wake up? Yeah, she's gonna wake up and everyone is dead. Oh, that would suck. There'll be time for answers later. I've wasted enough time here. Quickly, I stuffed the letter into my pocket. With one last look at her prone form, I closed the door behind me and head back to my car. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxmore and heading straight for the Anselm village. In the distance, flashes of lightning light up the horizon, white and sharp against the black curtain of the night. But oh god, I mean, I knew the ghost was gonna kill Zach. I didn't know it was gonna be that horrible. Thunder threatens with a rumble seconds later, echoing long across the heavens. And with one last roar, the skies open in earnest. Luke's theory is her soul left her body and she's been following Ash around, and that's why he's been hearing her voice. The rain fall in fast. Steady sheets, creating shallow puddles on the dirt path, drenching everything the eyes can reach. Despite having grown up in this city, I still despise the rain. Living here doesn't mean I have to like it. Lucky me, I've reached the mansion before the downpour has turned torrential. The long slog from Ansem Village by foot has already been made difficult by the light drizzle and biting winds buffeting against my body every few seconds. Oh shit, he's gonna find Mary Ann. Oh god! Oh Jesus! By the time I found cover under the trees lining the vicinity of the mansion, my shoulders are already drenched. My hair's also sticking against my skin and out in every possible direction. Thankfully, the letter, taser, and gun I brought with me has remained relatively dry. That's the most important thing. However, those are the least of my problems at the moment. Sometime after the housewarming party, scumbag Wright has suddenly grown a brain and tightened security around the mansion. Likely because of what Zack did. A guard is now stationed in every possible point of entry. The main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Hell, it's almost a miracle no one has spotted me since I entered the property. Although that's probably because I've cut close to the forest. While I can always create a clever way in for myself under this deluge, it'll be difficult to do so without making much noise or leaving tracks.
I don't really have the luxury either, do I?
Considering how off this place feels since I've stepped in the property and the mansion came into the view. Every light is off. Even with security personnel on patrol, the whole house itself, it feels empty, eerie, too quiet. Normally, I'll pass it off as some kind of power outage because of the storm. It's not a far off conclusion when this place is almost in the middle of nowhere. However, something just feels wrong.
Something happened here.
Or about to. It's the sole reason why I haven't done anything yet. Simply observing, watching, listening, for anything. I might be pressed for time, but I'm not a careless idiot. Although I need a way in. Desperately so. Moving in without thinking will only endanger me. With so many unknown variables in what we're dealing with, I also have to act on the assumption that someone is always in danger, especially in this place. I can't act impetuously. As much as I hate Wright, I'm not about to cause his death because of one thoughtless action. If there's a place he deserves to be at, it's in prison, not a morgue. So when a hoarse, painful sob suddenly rings out, above the loud pitter-patter of the rain, only then do I stir. A woman. Perhaps a servant? It's coming from the forest. Just right up ahead, in fact. Not too far from the house. Regardless, I give the place a quick wary glance before following the noise. Carefully keeping to the shadows, one cautious step after another. Louder and louder it goes as I near. Until it abruptly turns into a loud, desperate anguish cry. I break into a run. One nervous hand ready on the gun holstered at my hip, and the other raised for balance as I scurry across the dense understory. Dead leaves crunch under my shoes, but I pay it no mind. There's only the voice, the woman, and nothing? Abruptly it all stops, and I'm met with a sudden hush. Blank. Empty. Almost deafening in its stillness. And even with my labored breathing, pounding heartbeats against my ears, behind me another branch breaks and...
Help me.
Oh, Jesus. Dread surges. Dread surges within me while I spin around and take a hard step back, ignoring the chilly pinpricks crawling up the back of my neck. Before I can even meet her eyes, the world unexpectedly pitches sideways, tilting, and tilting till the ground beneath me finally crumbles. My hands fight for purchase, only to meet air. By then, it's too late. My foot slips further and the rest of my body follows. Dark spots blur the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echoes far from the distance. Scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with piercing notes of her laughter. But more than that are the voices, lacing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride. Over. It's because you didn't listen. And over. It's all your fault. And over again. Why won't you believe me? A reminder of what I failed to do and of who I failed. What I'm trying to desperately fix. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washing every sensation in me apart from one. There is only fear. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It is the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Half darkness greets me when my eyes finally snap open, the soft patter of dripping water somewhere spurring my consciousness further. For a few short moments I remain still, blinking away the dizziness, allowing my vision to adjust the lack of light and my breathing to even out first before pushing myself up on one arm and attempting to stand. Turning alone is a struggle on its own. An inch of movement sends a stab of sharp pain right up my arms and my back, giving me another pause.
Shit. I hope I didn't break anything. Fuck.
There doesn't seem to be any injury or any major fracture, although the whole of my back does feel sore and raw. Probably from when I've skid down prior to landing myself here. A comforting thought. The second attempt comes easier later, though no less painful. And by the time I'm back on my feet, the exertion has left me gasping in short, shallow breaths and leaning heavily on the wall nearest to me. Behind me, a light draft blows in from where I've fallen, coming in short, sharp bursts into what's apparently an underground tunnel, and brings in the fresh, earthy smell of the rain from the top side. Regardless, it fails to mask the old, musty scent of the place. A mixture of mold, mildew, dust, grease, and something distinctly foul. Like death. More worrisome than the putrid, festering smell, however, are the cells that line both the sides of the tunnel. Under the dim light, I can barely make out what's inside of some of them. But I already have a few ideas, all of which I refuse to delve into at the moment. Knowing how long this mansion has stood, somehow, no matter how unexpected finding the existence of this place is, it isn't too surprising.
I wonder if Scumbag knows about this.
Probably not. Unless he's also the kind of person who takes joy in inflicting this kind of suffering on others. I don't really think so. He's rotten to the core, but not that rotten. He'll probably balk at this, move out at the first opportunity, and have it demolished. The very idea of what has occurred in this place years ago makes me reel as well. I've known long ago places like this tend to hold secrets. This, though? This is just the tip of the iceberg. I fear what I may discover in the mansion itself and the tale behind that fucking letter. But fear's inconsequential, as unpleasant as the sight of this is, this place might also be the only way for me to get inside unnoticed. Sighing and taking one last gulp of clean air, I push away from the wall and delve deeper into the passage.
Let's just hope it'll be smooth sailing from here on.
Turns out it is, for the most part. The path rarely deviates, no sharp turns or branching routes. Just a long, empty hallway stretching out before me, filled with nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rusted chains scattered about. The only problem is having an overactive imagination and walking amidst a place shadowed by death. Every sound, every sudden movement, even the faintest of it spurs. At times, there are scampering small noises that abruptly rise above my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel before fading away just as swiftly as it rang.
It's probably just some animal.
A rat, maybe? I hope. I paused, nevertheless, straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually moved my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. Although cold against my skin, it's the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. For a long minute, I wait, holding my breath. Watching every form, edge, and shadow at the corners of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole place. Things continue like this as I traverse the whole passage, pausing, listening, moving, repeat, eventually losing track of time while I go deeper into the tunnel. Until finally, the corridor ends with the sight of light slanting from a door left ajar. And the other side, from what little glimpse the opening offers, I spy bottles lining the walls, liquor barrels for aging, the wine cellar.
Right into the kitchen then.
More than eager to get out of this place, I quicken my pace. But as soon as the door is within arm's reach, I push it open. A foul, putrid scent assaults my senses. A heady mixture of odors akin to a rotting fruit and decaying meat that catches me completely off guard. Surprised, I stumble back, gagging, having accidentally breathed a lungful of it, only for my foot to end up disturbing the edge of a nearby puddle I failed to notice earlier. It sends splashes of a liquid right across the hem of my pants, and I fight the urge to grimace as a raw, metallic smell rises up in the air. A smell I'm already more than familiar with, thank you very much. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Sighing, I take a brief moment to brace myself before crossing the threshold, already expecting the worst. The trail of dark liquid leads me to it. Its form is slumped against a wine vat not too far from the door. The rank lingers heavier here, stronger. Putrefaction has started, but in a place like this you can't really tell the time of death from that alone. The humidity and temperature in this room has likely delayed the process. An estimate? This person has died sometime around 3 to 5 days ago. Which places the timeline around the time people are just moving in and also the housewarming party. A servant then? No. Someone with the same social status as the Wrights. Whoever it is has also read the letter based on the writings around the body. Someone who was also present during the open house and the party. So a guest. Wordlessly, I draw closer, muttering a quiet prayer under my breath for the departed. The least I can do is figure out who it is, and try to find his or her family once I'm done here. Let them know what has become of their kin. Even through the layers of clothes, its shoulders feel cold to the touch. Somehow, despite not being new to this, it still sends a nauseating chill to my stomach. Maybe it's because this time, I know exactly why this person died. Another person too late to save from this curse. Ignoring the dread, gently I give the blazer a pull. Oh my god! Oh my god! Unexpectedly, her head lolls back, twisted and contorted, severed. It dangles. Fuck, it dangles! From one side to another before settling an odd angle. The next thing I know, I'm staring at the hollow base of her neck, with only a thin layer of skin keeping her severed head to the body. Oh my god! Ugh, why are all these deaths so fucking disturbing? Poor Ash, it's a good thing he's gonna die, because oh my god, all that trauma. I don't think I could bear seeing all of this carnage. Oh my god, of course Luke has something snarky to say. He's like, Jesus, Marianne, don't lose your head. Jesus, her mouth is wide open and her eyes are rolled back. Oh my god. But more than the gruesome sight or the sickening feeling that's lurched up to my throat is recognition. I know this woman. And it's not just any woman I've seen randomly on the streets. She's the same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk and babbling her frustrations about her employer. Mary Ann McCullough, famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now, with her throat sliced viciously in half, and her whole body drenched in her own blood. Once the surprise subsides, I muster the courage to properly lie her down, closing her eyes and covering her face with my handkerchief. It's perhaps the kindest gesture I can offer her right now, pressed for time as I am. But to see another suffer this kind of death? In the end, the only thing I'm able to do is avert my gaze and continue with my plans. Surreal. This all nothing but a surreal nightmare. But after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages. I can't even bring myself to vocally question anything anymore, in spite of a number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. The stuff of mystery in the detective novels, daring chases, and interesting cases to solve, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now I simply want this to be over.
You really believe it'll be that easy, don't you?
I'm not gonna lie, those voices threw me off so hard. Like, I definitely jolted. I was like, ugh! I'm not ready for this. I've seen too much carnage. I'm definitely gonna need to play something happy after this. I don't think I'll be able to sleep very well. I pause mid-step, confused. Warily I look around, searching wildly for the source. A long minute passes and no one speaks again. Breathing out of a sigh of relief, I simply continue, this time treading lightly and careful not to make a sound. Up ahead, I can already glimpse a set of stairs. That might lead to the kitchen. Oh my god. Okay, hang on a sec. I gotta go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Up ahead, I can already glimpse a set of stairs that might lead to the kitchen. Getting unnoticed in the wine cellar is not a problem, but if someone's upstairs when I pop up, well, to say it'll be complicated might be a little of an understatement, especially if that butler's in there. Zach wasn't even able to put up a fight. If I get caught, no one else will be able to fix this.
See? So full of yourself, aren't you?
This time, I'm sure. There's really a voice. Well, voices. Despite standing only a few paces away from the exit, I find myself stopping and looking for it. searching the immediate surrounding for the familiar form of the woman. I don't even have to venture too far from where I'm standing. Just an arm's length away from me, a mirror stands. And from it, they speak. Oh shit. All the singing, the same mocking tune against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft, murmurs and laughters, jeering and scoffing and deriding. I definitely don't remember this scene. Lacing venom into every crevice of my head, taunting me.
Look at you, mouthing off like some hero. You can't even fix your own silly little problems. You haven't really changed, have you?
Useless.
Pathetic.
You're wrong.
It does kind of look like a skeleton. The two lights and it looks like a wide open mouth. Ugh, no. My mistake lies in the first instant I've answered. A very second denial has slipped from my mouth. Their words have also seeped into my heart, allowing it to prod at and rouse my temper. Despite knowing they are merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, spurring the guilt I hope I've long buried.
Are we?
Yeah, he is actually really impulsive, isn't he?
Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time? Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps?
What about Zach? Wrongfully accused. You couldn't even get him out.
What about Becca? Oh, the way she fell to her death, but all you did was watch. What about Isabella? She warned you, didn't she? And you think you deserved even an ounce of her love? How dare you even confess your wretched feelings on her bedside? You can't even save her. You can't even do anything for her. Someone's dead because of you!
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder, to know you're responsible for all of this? For their deaths!
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late, and you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends. Can't even solve a case for an old man.
Can't even bring Luke right to justice.
Can't even keep his own family together. No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off without little old you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are.
Jesus, this is like mental torture is what this is.
You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity, it knows. To hear it said in my friends' voices even more so. But what I hate above all of this is
You know it's true, though.
All of it. to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore!
It laughs, sharp and piercing. As it sounds, something in me snaps. A rage hastily unfurling, red filling my vision. And the next thing I know, I'm raising my hand and my fist connects to its surface. It shatters, renting the air with an ear-splitting crack, sending fragments of it on the floor. The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my senses. All at once, there is this deafening silence. Slowly, I become aware of my silence, or surroundings. Bottles of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint old scent of death and decay somewhere, and the small cuts at the back of my fingers. Blood drips from each digit, trailing down my wrist until it disappears behind my sleeve, or falls to the floor. Not too deep, negligible even. There is a pain, however, a different kind, an ache somewhere else that stems not from the wound, but from where every single word has hit. On the ground, shards lie lifelessly now. No more voices, no more insults. But even as I walk away, one whispered taunt continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton Frey. You are going to die.
And you are going to die alone.
Oh my god, his voice sounds so creepy. A fear. One that has been long kept in the darkest of my heart. One that has a small part of me wishes for. The trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It isn't even locked. Probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself up. The butler of theirs is nowhere to be seen. He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, or doing some extra late-night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, Wright won't touch anything to do with menial chores, not even a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. No servants. No anyone. Just as easy as that, I'm in. Gently, I close the latch. If things go well, the same path will be my way out. If my luck doesn't hold, that's not an option now, is it? I really don't want to think about what might happen. Sometimes it's best if I simply revel in the little victories. They're great blessings when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this, fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly a sob, ringing out from the distant part of the house, echoing through its empty halls. My shoulders immediately tenses, hairs rising at the back of the neck as a sudden chill passes. This despite myself and the beliefs I've long held. You know, now that I'm hearing this cry a little bit louder, I'm pretty sure that's Hannah's voice actress, which means the person we keep hearing crying is Charlotte. Because as much as I want to convince myself that nothing's wrong, my experience tells a wholly different story.
What are the chances I'll be able to leave this place alive?
It's not looking good because we have to kill you. I want to be optimistic about it, really. However, I'm going against something almost everyone can't quite understand. I'm just being realistic with my chances. Beyond the walls of this room, the cries continue to grow louder with a ragged draw of breath. Heavy with apprehension, I slip out of the door. Like a siren call, her voice beckons. Finding out who that is seems a good place to start as any. I keep to the shadows for the most part. Not that there's any need to. The entire place feels empty. Odd when a house this big should have a large staff. You'd think there'd be one or two roaming around for late-night chores, or someone seeking out whoever's creating this ruckus. There's none, however.
Shouldn't they have security posted inside as well?
Unless their security means the butler. Though I doubt Scumbag's that sloppy. He loves his life more than anything. Probably more than his own wife. And the things he's done, he's bound to make more than an enemy or two. He's also the kind who'll do anything to keep himself safe. Alive.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out that there's something not human living with him in his own house.
Potential dangers aside, being on my own grants me a greater degree of mobility, which I'm more comfortable with. With no tag along, I only have to worry about myself. Watch my back. Right? If Ash knew more about the butler, he would be more afraid. Selfish, I know.
But necessary.
In the same manner, this whole plan is, no matter how idiotic going into this is. Besides, I really don't need a guide when the house's layout is fairly simple. Almost mirrored with only a few modifications in the rooms. Although I've only been here once, I think I already have a good grasp of this place's ins and outs. As long as you can tell which is east and west, it shouldn't be hard to find my way around. After the dining room, the main foyer should be the next thing that greets me. Where the woman's cries are leading me. Honestly, after what happened outside, I'm not even sure I should be trusting what I'm hearing. But with the whole house somehow seemingly devoid of any of its inhabitants, I'm inclined to look into this. More than surviving this curse, a huge part of this is my training speaking.
I just hope this isn't a crime scene I'm walking into.
But nothing's ever that simple, is it? Not when you're dealing with the supernatural, nope. Because as soon as my feet crosses to the next room, something shifts. Oh my god. In a flash, nearly without fanfare. It happens in the blink of an eye, and I almost miss it. One moment there's red. In the next, I'm standing alone in the foyer. For a brief instant, I pause, glancing wildly around the place, blinking twice as if my movements will spur the vision. Yet, nothing. No blood dripping on the walls. None trailing down the stairs or pulled on the floor. No eyes watching my every movement. Only the same cries gradually growing in intensity the longer I dally. Along with a voice.
Mother.
Desperate.
Where are you, Mother?
Pleading.
Mother, please.
coming from the same direction I've heard the cries from. Upstairs. The place is not entirely empty then. A better question now is who? Definitely not some scumbag or the butler. I've yet to see, hide, nor hear of them. Not knowing their whereabouts puts me on the edge. Especially when they've yet to be warned about that curse and its horrors. It's most certainly not the wife either. Nevertheless, it pushes me to move. Talking, or taking almost 2 steps at a time, despite the sickening feeling that something's lurking behind every great shadow, every small corner I pass. As if the house has several eyes watching my every move. As if something alive dwells behind the walls itself. This game is so creepy. Sometimes I wonder what compels me to keep playing this. No, it's not. I try to shake it off, but the uneasy sensation has already made home at the pit of my stomach. Dread, and it only grows deeper the closer I get to her. I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad you're sitting next to me. I don't think I could handle this by myself. There's no way I could have sat through all those gruesome death scenes and be okay. I probably would have quit playing a long time ago. You're like, nope, I can't do this. Goodbye. The relative emptiness of the place doesn't help either. Neither does the harsh wind battering the windows, nor the sheets of paint pelting down the roof. Oh, what did I say? Oh, I mean, this whole chapter is pain. For a fleeting second, I find myself wishing for Scumbag to simply show up. I don't get too far down into that train of thought. Abruptly, the cries stop, replacing it with,
Mother, please. She's here. She's here, Mother. She's going to take me. She won't leave, Mother. Mother, I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. Mother! Mother, she's here! Help!
that can't be good. Adrenaline overcomes me in a rush. In no 2 heartbeats, my feet's already moving before any sense can catch up or doubt creeps up to me. My hands ready at the holster as I hastily set off to the far side of the hall. One alarmed footstep after another, while struggling to keep that sense of panic at bay. A door lies ajar at the end, coming from the floor above.
She's going to hurt me! Help me!
I do not hesitate. Moving in, despite the lack of light, steep stairs, or the thick layer of dust kicking up with my every step. I pause only a moment upon reaching the top. Then, without wasting a second, I push the door open. You know, I kind of wonder, is the butler being haunted? Like, I wonder if he's experiencing any of this stuff. Because, like, he fights Ash, but he doesn't seem to be rattled by anything. I don't think he's seen the letter, but he lives in a fucking house. She sits in the middle of the room, shoulders hunched, shaking. Her hands cover her face as she weeps, oblivious to my presence. It's as if she has heard neither my footsteps nor the soft creaking of the door, continuing undisturbed like I'm standing in a time far removed from her. She doesn't even flinch when I call out to her.
Hey, are you alright?
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Belatedly, I notice the blood on her hands. If it's the same one drenching the whole attic, I'd rather not know. How the whole room has ended up like this is the least of my problems at the moment. Even the single human body doesn't have this much blood. So bodies? The thought sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach. Also, that thing that you're holding, that's your gun. Did you know it's holstered? Does Wright even know about this? He's bad news, alright? But this is beneath him. He'll definitely balk at the first sight of it. Anyone will. Yet the woman lingers here, unmoved by the sight, letting her sobs fill the room. Repeating the words over and over again like a prayer of salvation. To whom? The mess of parchment she has left on the floor? Just what the hell is happening?
Hey, lady, are you?
The rest of that question never makes it out. I don't even see it coming. Should have been more aware and on guard, really. But there's little I can do when a well-placed blow to the back of my knees makes me stumble. The momentum alone sends me reeling forward. It barely even registers in my head that the woman's gone and the room's as normal as it can be. Not above the pain suddenly shooting at my side when I hit the floor. But before I can get up, my bearings back, a hard blow to the head makes everything go dark. My consciousness stirs in a haze. Now the thing people need to know about a blow to the head is that they hurt real bad.
I swear! People need to stop breaking into my house!
Oh shit, it's Luke!
What is wrong with all these lunatics? You'd think they'd put more thought before stumbling into somebody else's home unannounced. This on top of my wife's dead body, which is missing from the bloody morgue.
What? Hannah Wright? A corpse? Missing? Whoever hit me must have dealt a way harder blow than I thought if I'm starting to hear things.
I suppose the act of committing crime must have some attraction to the insane. Of course, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you?
But short of a concussion, as long as the poor guy wakes up soon after, they're going to be fine for the most part.
I'd bloody gut you! But you won't be able to clean up after if you're the sorting corpse, will you?
I'd love to see you try. When was the last time you... Oh, there we go. The dumb cop is waking up.
People really need to worry if the guy doesn't wake up within a few minutes. That's a sign of brain damage, or, well, death. Still, even with a short time of unconsciousness, there might still be a problem. Slight memory loss, forgetfulness for an instant. I do remember fighting an addict. So, where am I now? What happened? Those are questions I really wanted answers to. With the pounding in my head, I can't focus long enough to worry about anything else. Can't even remember how I got here. Luke says he has lost all remorse for the butler and hopes that he loses his large intestines. But aside from the fact it feels like my mouth is stuffed with imaginary cotton, I can feel the thick tape that prevents me from asking. The only thing I really managed to vocalize, especially with a raging headache, is a muffled
Fuck.
fuck. Surprisingly, I soon find that I'm not blindfolded. Usually it's both or the other way around. My eyes soon adjust as the image of a study swims into view. That at least answers one of my questions. Oh shit! Kelly, welcome to the stream! I don't know how long you've been watching, but you've missed a whole lot of gruesome shit. If you ever manage to watch this from the beginning, don't eat anything. Yeah, or if you are gonna eat something, just make sure you eat and then, don't eat anything while you watch. Ash gets to see everyone's death, and it's, disturbing. Just everyone that has, oh, I did actually, so if you want to see what you're gonna get a taste of, I did post the screenshots, but don't look if you don't have a strong stomach. Anyway, not too far from where I stand, Wright and his butler stare at me like, how kids stare at the fog they're about to dissect. It doesn't help that I seem to be cuffed to something with my arms raised up high. Yes, I'm sorry, Kelly, but Luke's not gonna die today. That's Sunday. So if you wanna watch the stream on Sunday, that's when Luke's gonna die. My coat is gone with all my belongings. I don't have to wonder where they are, though, as I can spy them on the serving trolley next to a silver platter in the cloche. Really doesn't bode too well for me.
Awake already. He's only been out a few minutes. Shrunken, did you not hit him hard enough? Shouldn't he be out longer? That rolling pin was made of metal. His skull must be very thick.
I only want to knock him out, not kill him, silly man. If I really wished him dead, I could have easily targeted his Terion. That, or the back of his neck, just below the skull. Oh well, look at it this way. It is good news.
I'm convinced that Butler is an assassin. Like he's hired an assassin to be his butler.
This means he'll be capable of giving you the answers you seek, yes?
True. I do have many questions for our trespasser here. Why don't we start up with the most basic of questions? Why are you here? Of course, if he starts squealing like a pig, perhaps we might need to gut him like one. What do you say, little pig?
Oh my god. Gross. Normally, I'll be insulted at being called little, but there are more pressing matters to attend to. For instance, convincing them into letting me go and making sure I, at the very least, don't die while I'm hanging like a piece of meat on a hook. Maybe I can still salvage this confusing clusterfuck of a situation.
Think you can just get the drop on me, you dodgy little shit? You underestimate me, just like every other meathead out there. You really should have taken more precautions before treading into the wolves' den.
I love how his name is still Scumbag.
Shouldn't you be trained for this? Whoever you work for sure did a shit job with you. Which is it, Which is it this time, huh? The National Crime Agency? Or were you sent to kill me? Not that being one or the other will do you any favors, of course.
They wait, expecting an answer, which is ridiculous, seeing as how they gagged me. Not to mention the ability to form coherent sentences is made difficult because of a serious case of fluff for brains. Did he have to hit me so hard? It was him who hit me, isn't it? Fucking scrambled my brains. Even now, I'm still struggling to remember how I ended up in this state. In the first place, why did I have to get caught now?
Maybe I can talk if you remove the damn gag.
I do not understand a single word he said.
I think the reason for that is obvious. Would you like for me to remove it?
I don't know. He looks tolerable and less of an idiot with the tape on. But it isn't fun playing 20 questions with someone I can't understand.
As long as he doesn't start clucking like a noisy Earth hen or start screaming for help, we should be fine.
Of course. Oh, the nosy ones are the worst. They piss me off so much. Oh, somebody help me, help me, help me!
It's when it hits me. The woman in the attic, the mansion, and of course, it all boils down to the fucking letter. Again. I came here to warn him. That's the easy part. Making him believe me, on the other hand? I try to think of how I'll go about this, though the words fail me as soon as the tape is ripped off my mouth. I'm already shouting whatever I can think of. There just isn't much time.
So tell me, little pig, why are you here? Did the NCA send you to apprehend me, or has somebody paid you off to kill me?
It's none of that. That's not why I'm here. You have to believe me. There's someone else. I think it came from this house. There's this letter and a curse, and she's... We're all in danger. You need to let me go, so I can help before it's too late. You saw the letter, you must have seen it, and we're going to die because of it.
Judging by the looks on their faces, they're not sure whether to take me seriously or not. They must think I'm a lunatic.
It already took everything from me, so just listen before it takes anything else.
But it's not like I can conjure up proof.
Listen before it...
A wave of nausea hits me, stopping me mid-sentence as I fart the urge to gag. A ringing sound starts to go off in my ear, and I nearly vomit then and there.
Well, that's new and original, at least. I never heard such a sad lie before. How could a pathetic little man like you be of any help to me? Sounds like some convoluted reasoning a hitman would try to sell. You might try to kill me the moment we let you go. You're already screaming your head off after we told you not to.
I'm not with NCA, alright? And I'm not a hitman. I'm an inspector with LPD, okay? But it doesn't matter right now. What matters is you untie me and we get to a safer place. I don't have time for your bullshit! Just let me the fuck go! I've got a clean conscience. I'm only trying to save you. She's coming, I tell you!
I apologize. I think I did hit him a little too hard. He's already talking in riddles. Next thing you know, he'll be speaking in tongues.
Please, you have to believe me. We're all in danger. Let me go, damn it!
Yeah, I think that rolling pin did knock his brains off a bit. What do you think he's talking about? She?
I can't really tell you that, as I have no idea. I don't really care to find out about every woman in your life, do I? What I can tell you is that I found a few interesting items in his coat pocket. A gun and a badge for an LPD officer. A detective, specifically.
Well, at least the little pig's telling the truth.
This doesn't sound familiar to you. He's the one who's been snooping about, I believe. He was also there, if my memory serves me right, at the precinct when you filed a report.
Those words would have got me worrying. With the size of what could be a concussion popping up, I didn't have the capacity to care right now. I'm more worried about the bile rising in my throat, threatening to spill from my lips. Wouldn't that be funny if I vomited on them while they tried to interrogate me?
The detective inspector assigned you to look into me. Harvey did mention that. I didn't think he'd take my request to assign someone incompetent seriously. He's not NCA then, but he can still be a hitman if he's a dirty cop, can't he?
Yeah, it's not improbable.
I am not a hitman! And don't touch my goddamn gun, it's not a toy!
I think they know it's not a toy. Well, it might as well.
That's what a hitman would say. I'm not taking that risk, am I? I'm not going to die by acting like an idiot. Besides, I know that the investigation on me was called off by the chief inspector, so your alibi doesn't hold. You shouldn't have been here. You're still a threat.
Why is he so damn paranoid? Not that I'm going to talk.
I'm telling you, you saw that letter, didn't you? I don't know how it works, but everyone who's seen it ends up dead or in an accident if they don't go missing entirely. I know this sounds crazy, but you have to believe me.
And we're back to the madman ramblings. But yes, I think I do remember you. You're the one from the precinct the other day, aren't you? When I went there to handle that business with the other peasant. You looked so mad when I spoke about him. And that man really did break into my house. Was he your partner? Another hitman, He failed. So now you're here to finish the job.
I told you I'm not a hitman! I came here to try to save your skin, asshole!
Now, being rude doesn't make things better for you.
Punch a guy in the gut while he has a concussion, will you? That is a terrific way to get puked
We
on.
do have ways to make him talk, if you want to be sure. But I don't see why we don't just kill him now and dump the body.
I want to know who's got a big enough grudge to throw someone at me. You know well enough we can't get answers from a caucus. Besides, I don't see why you're complaining. I know you've been looking forward to playing with him. I could do with the entertainment.
Well, you have me there. I thought I wouldn't get the chance.
God, they're so creepy.
Do so. Make him talk. Make him sing. Find out who he's working for. See if he has anything to do with that woman who keeps showing up here recently.
Oh, so he has seen the woman.
Oh, he will sing all right. A pretty little tune.
Still reeling from the blow to the stomach, I can't protest as a pair of hands go up to my collar. I anticipate strangulation. I prepare myself to go under, back into the oblivion of a forced stupor, but instead the gloved hands deftly move to the buttons of my shirt to have them undone. Oh my god. Cold air stings at my chest. In contrast, warmth flushes through my cheeks at the humiliation. Being strung up and beaten is one thing, but this? They said it themselves, didn't they? I'm entertainment right now. This really isn't how I pictured this scenario. I mean, I know things are only going to get worse before they get any better. I was prepared, as well as I can be, for the trouble to be from her. I just didn't think I'd be in trouble because of him. I'm here to save him. Karma can at least play along for once. I guess this is what they mean when they say no good deed goes unpunished. And if that means keeping quiet, tiring them out, and enduring this little interrogation session while they wait for a non-existent confession, then so be it. Because if they think I have the answers they need, the only way I'll be getting out of here is a body bag. Well, that's lovely. They have him all strung up. I know, the butler's super creepy. Like, what the hell? Wright's eyes burn into me with the way he watched, anticipating and ready for a show. On the contrary, his lapdog's gloves left cold trails where his hand roamed in a clinical, detached manner. I feel degraded. Anger and resentment eventually washes it away. And I am ashamed to admit it, a touch of fear makes itself apparent when gloved hands are taken back so that the man can procure a set of knives. I wasn't worried about being killed just yet. They want a confession that I don't have. But I imagine they'll prolong my agony as long as they believe I'm hiding something from them.
Don't touch me!
Oh, don't give me that look. You must think I'm a bad guy. Hardly. The way I see it, I'm just a guy who likes to do bad, sinful things. And, well, this is what the master of the house is asking of me. I'm afraid I'm in no position to refuse.
The idea that I'm a frog to be dissected isn't too far off, it seems. Without warning, the knife is dragged along my stomach. The touch is light, and the incision leaves a shallow mark. It doesn't even bleed, barely breaking through the skin. It's the thought and promise of pain that has me riled up. The blade dances on my skin, almost as if he's writing letters with a feather pen. Up and down, side to side, and sometimes around, and then with a flourish, he cuts deep. I'm barely able to stop myself from crying out in pain.
I'm sorry. Did that hurt? Did it?
Inhale and exhale, the pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I manage to ride it out and spit in a mutinous "Fuck you." He doesn't appreciate my sentiment, of course. If the way he digs a finger in the incision and rips a scream from my throat is any indication.
Keep that dirty mouth and you're getting a knife in the kidney. Between the bleeding and the sepsis, I assure you, it will be very painful.
It's an odd and painful sensation, no matter how short-lived. The man is quick to return his art, treating his knife like a damn brush and using me like I'm a damn canvas. Cuts are made, both shallow and deep, in crisscross webs across my skin. At one point, I lose track of time. I don't even know how long I've been hanging here. Has it been minutes? Hours? The sting of the blade is the worst, with the way he alternates light touches and deep incisions that I can't even familiarize myself with and accustomed to the pain. Sometimes, if I make a sound he doesn't like, he'll prod a finger in again and twist it in the wound.
You sure look like you're having fun.
Of course. Schadenfreude is best experienced at nighttime. Would you like a turn?
I don't see why not. Just gag him. He gets any louder and will attract attention. I don't want him to start rambling and whining again. He'll talk. Sooner or later. Until then, the tape goes back on.
Our training doesn't prepare us to withstand torture. Not of this kind.
And when we're done with him, there's a nice plot of land for new daffodils. You'll make excellent fertilizer. Sounds like a plan, doesn't it?
The only thing that keeps me from begging for death is the thought that I can still get out of here. Even then, it sounds like a hollow hope.
While we're at it, why don't you be a good boy and close your eyes? I really don't like the way you're looking at me. If looks could kill, really, I think I'd be dead on the spot. Close your pretty little eyes unless you want me to pluck them out with a spoon.
Ugh, gross. He really didn't need to threaten me by now. It's all too much to bear at this point. And without meaning to, I'm gone. The first thing I realize as soon as I come to again is the fact that everything hurts. My chest, stomach, especially. But in general, I just wish I can crawl into a hole, curl up and die. I can assume they've gotten tired of slicing into me the moment they realized I was knocked out. The second thing I notice is the fact that they're gone, leaving me all alone and still handcuffed. I can't really survey the extent of the damage done to me as my shirt is buttoned back up. Though I can feel the dried blood lining my skin here and there. I can at least be grateful they didn't go through with their threat of placing a knife in my kidney. The third thing? Well, there isn't a third thing, unless one can count the realization that I'm not dead yet and put it on the list. I feel like death anyway. The gist of the situation right now is, well, this is the moment I've been waiting for. But what's the point? They're all gone. Rebecca, Zach, Isabella. I imagine they'd be mad at me if I gave up now. Still, what was I even thinking trying to save someone like Luke Wright? If he won't listen to me, I'm saving my own neck. And I have ways to do so. Pulling myself up by the wrists, I struggle until I reach into my hair and pull out my ever-trusty bobbies. It takes a bit of maneuvering and manage what should be a simple task because of how they've strung me up. I pull it off anyhow, and I'm soon picking the cuffs in my bid for freedom. The only way to fuck things up right now is if one of them walked in and caught me trying to escape, but it looks like they've retired for the night. A few twists and a click, and I'm free at last. Free to rub at my sore arms. Free to grab my coat, gun, and badge. And free to get the fuck out of here. That isn't to say I'm all better. I still feel shaky after what happened. Everything still hurts. But this is a significant improvement from my previous predicament. A walk in the park, in fact, after all the room was locked from the inside. However, once the door swings open, an entirely different thing greets me. Oh no! Oh, okay. I got scared! I was like, no, I don't want to see it! Okay, only to be greeted by the kitchen, pots, pans, and all. There's confusion as I look wildly around the place, wordlessly taking in my surroundings. With each turn and shift of my eyes, apprehension slowly dawns on me like a bag of bricks. Wasn't that door supposed to be open to a hallway? As if something has heard my thoughts without warning, the door behind me slams shut. Screw right. I need to get out of here, ASAP. Something has gone down with this mansion. Lucky I'm in the kitchen. I have two ways out. The back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge when I pull at it, and neither does the back door, as if something has locked it firmly on the other side. There's a long bout of silence in which I simply look around me, mulling over the same thoughts being whispered to me over and over again.
It's useless, Ashton Frey. You are going to die.
Oh boy. Too bad they're right!
And you are going to die alone.
I don't know what it is, but Zach's evil laughter is the most terrifying. Right? I'm trapped. In the same moment, once realization dawns in, something shifts again. Blood. In every nook and cranny, over every surface, in every inch of the floor. This time, unlike the first one I've seen, it remains gradually the whole room begin to reek of that familiar metallic scent, sharp and suffocating. Around me, every object including the cupboards starts to rattle as well. There's no time to make sense of everything. Without delay, I'm running, fueled purely by adrenaline, reaching for the door that leads to the next room, the dining. It should take me straight to the foyer where the main door is. The mansion has started to change, and I'm in the thick of it. However, instead of the dining room like it's supposed to open to, the bedroom welcomes me instead. An image that lasts only about a second before blood begins to seep into the room. Oh god. Filtering into the walls, trickling from every nook and cranny. Everywhere, furniture shakes and every beam rattles. Before I can even step back from the horror gradually unfolding in front of me, the door slams shut. A loud thud bringing a sense of dread and chill creeping up in me. Along with it is another realization. The whole place is reordering itself. And with the door closed tight behind me, showing no signs of budging, even through sheer force, there's no choice but to go forward and hope to all gods that it'll lead to an exit. Until then, running's the only thing I can do, spurred by nothing but fear and a sense of desperation to live.
It's useless, Ashton Frey.
But with each room I pass, it's only become apparent that the house has no intention of letting me leave. It lured me here, and I've fallen for it. Now it's playing a little game with me, a sordid form of amusement. For whom? Their laughters are the only thing I can hear. Can you just imagine running for your life, only hearing your disembodied voices of your dead friends? Yeah. Oh god. Right? He has a gun. Just shoot the stupid windows and just jump out. With every hall I cross and door I slide open, the hope of finding an exit merely dwindles. The gun at my hip is useless here. I'm useless here. Some fucking genius I am. Some fucking person to trust I am. All of those, they mean nothing in the face of the unknown.
You finally figured it out. Huh, Ashton Frey? Just give it up. They die because of you.
Oh god.
And that girl in a coma, she won't even last long. Soon she'll follow them as well.
And you are going to die alone.
No.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Zach, why do you have to be so sinister?
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it.
I'm sorry, everyone. I have to go to the bathroom. All this tension is making me so nervous.
You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
The more gruesome the place turns, the bleaker my chances simply get. Wails and screams fill my ears as I pass by, words from a time and people long gone, laced with nothing but pure agony, calling out and reaching out to me. Their voices almost too real, as if I'm not the only one trapped here. There are others begging for relief from this wretched place.
Why are you doing this? Just please. Don't you love me?
Or maybe it's just a show, a taste of what I will eventually be, a soul forever held captive in never-ending night.
Mother. I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Is this what the curse is? What it all means for all of us? That the letter's not a morbid cry for help, but an invitation? A beckoning for unsuspecting souls to be dragged into this place of horrors? To be put under centuries and centuries of torment and agony? Suddenly, dying a painful death seems preferable and entices me. Still, hope worms its way into me. Not a usual thing for someone like me. But after going through countless doors and corridors, every little sign of hope I'm willing to cling to. As long as it gets me out of here. I'm back into the parlor again. How long have I been running? How long since I've left the kitchen? At some point I've lost track of time, with the windows barred tight, and the sounds lifting in the air, nothing but shouts and shrieks. It's impossible to tell. Not that it matters when an end is in sight. Shelves and furnishings bar the door, each stained with blood and gore. That if the situation isn't as desperate as it is, I'll find a different way out. But there's still a gap at the topmost part for a person to go through, as long as you use the shelves to climb.
It's an exit, all right.
From here, I can spy the familiar walls of the foyer. Relief. Only relief washes over me. Although my legs have been stained taut by all that running, and every bone and muscle in my body ache, there's only an easing. A sense of tension reliving while the energy back flows through me again at the sight of an end. No sooner I'm heading straight for it. However odd this hush is, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze myself in. The unease remains, though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything has been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. But for some reason, something's still nagging at me. Call it a detective's instinct, or my training or whatnot. I have a feeling something's going to happen and catch me unprepared. Unconsciously, before dropping down on the better side of the stream, my hand shifts to the gun at my hip. Instinct has never failed me before. My feet haven't even landed firmly on the floor when...
Well, you aren't as incompetent as I thought.
A chill seeps into every vein in my body. All of a sudden, every ache, every pain returns to me tenfold, and my knees threaten to buckle at the sound of his voice. Though it appears friendly, I know it isn't anything but. One does not spend investigating a man like him for over a year, and holding a grudge against him for more, without knowing everything about him. His quirks, his habits, I'm familiar with all of them. And right now, Luke fucking Wright is beyond pissed. Shifting my gaze upwards is nearly too painful, knowing the danger. In front of me, something clicks. The telltale sign of a gun safety catch being released. Call me paranoid. But at the slight gesture, I draw my own and level it at him. Finger on the trigger, ready to release the safety online in case things go south. He is quick to train his own on me. Though, and just like what, we're at a stand.
Now, little pig. Manners. You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
Despite being weak and wary after the torture I've gone through, my will to live perseveres. Being friends for so long with the likes of Isabella and Rebecca has made me more stubborn than a mule over the years.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Oh, he talks back. The gall! You know, your kind pisses me off so much.
Shooting him right now will be worth it. The way he stares at me like I'm a damn post. But this isn't what I've come here for. I'm not a murderer. As much as I loathe him and what they did to me, I'm not the kind of person who will kill people in cold blood for my own gain or amusement. The law will bring him what he deserves, one of these days. At the moment, however, we're all in the same boat with this curse, and he needs to understand that. The longer we stand here, the more time we're wasting and losing, something we don't have much of. But how can I convince him? The scum is so full of himself, he prefers to hear the sound of his own voice more than those of the people around him, no matter how much sense they make. Probably the only way I can make him listen is if I beg. No way in hell that's happening. Maybe I should eliminate the immediate danger and disarm him first. Sorry, Ash, you're gonna have to die. Yeah, we have to disarm him. Everyone say goodbye!
Sorry about this. I really don't have time for you.
I don't think twice. With the span of a heartbeat, I'm moving and pulling the trigger. 2 shots in quick succession echo across the whole foyer and both hit their mark. Wright recoils with a sharp cry of pain. His pistol falls uselessly to the floor with a loud clank, followed by drops of blood from his bleeding wrist.
Why, you insolent!
He's down in 2 successive steps when I tackle him on the floor, pinning him hard with my arm. Oh no. What have we done? Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh shit, I pushed back. Okay. Although before I can knock him out with a solid right hook, an agonized wail bursts into the air, loud enough to echo along the darkness of all. Oh my god. Piercing enough for every occupant in the wave to cover their ears and close their eyes. Then all at once they're bearing down on me with the weight of becoming emotions like they are in me. Some are big, moody shapes, while others display physical. All from a time long gone when life was oh shit, these are all the memory fragments. Over and over, every voice, every whisper, they shout, they cry, they wail, all asking for respite. However, there's no time to make amidst the discord and noise. Something whispers, too close, too straight. A brief, keen blur that barely registers in my eyes. Like an arrow quickly finding its mark, moving straight for... An acute pain burst through my chest in the next instant. All of a sudden, everything around me feels too sharp. Every edge, every point. Even the act of drawing a deep breath alone stings and burns my lungs, while an intense ache slowly spreads throughout my whole body. Numb. I feel numb. A hand comes away bleeding, shaking while I only let out a wet, ragged laugh. Soon, without warning, I'm going down on my knees and the whole world is pitching sideways. I've gone through a lot, survived a lot of shit. It just doesn't take a genius to figure out that I'm done for. Whatever hit me, a hole to the chest is fatal enough. I don't think I'm going to bounce back from this. I'm dying.
Sorry, Belle. Don't wait for me.
I should be afraid in this moment, yet I'm not. No fear, no dread, just an acceptance. Even as soon as she appears before us, her voice echoing throughout the foyer. Oh my god. At the top of the staircase, Hannah Wright stands, pale as death, an expression eerily calm. A cold chill runs up my spine at the sight of it. Guys, my whole body just got goosebumps. Because Hannah Wright's been dead, so literally her corpse disappeared from the morgue to be right there. Look at the... Oh. The woman just lingers there, a poor mimicry of life, a chilling smile on her face. Without a doubt, it's her.
I told you, didn't I?
Oh my god!
Everything you're doing is useless, Ashton Frey. And now, you're dying. Meddlesome fool. How does dying alone feel, Ashton Frey?
God, she's so creepy. I hate this.
Hannah? You're not supposed to be here.
Oh, Luke, darling, my love. You look so upset.
I bet he's so fucking horrified right now.
Are you not happy to see me?
Outside, another streak of lightning flashes and a clap of thunder ripples across the sky. Here, there's only a whispered sigh, a fading breath. Oh my god, and a lone heart that beats hard one last time. Jesus. He is, very dead. Right? This chapter is just death after death after death. Ugh. Well, there's our memory fragment. Oh my god. I don't know, but I hate this. Ugh. Right? Alright, well, I hope you enjoyed, the stream. And, I hope you were able to, keep down all your food. Because I don't know about you, but the whole experience just made me feel ill. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to eat anything for the rest of the day. Or I guess night, because it's like 9 o'clock. Anyway, good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you don't have any nightmares. Bye.